Okay, we're going to get started. Can everybody hear me? Is there anyone? Can you hear me? I'm going to step away from the mic. Can you still hear me? No. Okay, we're going to need to share the mic with some of the other speakers. So to the extent that as many of you as possible can come closer, it may be helpful. This is the GE Housatonic River Site Rest of River Cleanup Plan, a public information session. We had one last night at Lee High School, and this is the second of three. My name is Francis Spina. I'm a lifelong resident of Berkshire County. I lived in Pittsfield for 70 years. I grew up within 300 feet, 400 feet of the Housatonic River. My brother was an auto mechanic and had a parts and repair business down by the old Borgo's Bakery, and I was a lawyer in Pittsfield for 20 years and negotiated a non-enforcement agreement with the state and federal EPAs because he had PCBs in a plume under the business where he was located. After 20 years of practice, I became a judge. I was on the Superior Court, the Intermediate Appeals Court, and I was a member of the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court for nearly 17 years. I was a member of the Berkshire County Regional Planning Commission from 1983 to 1992 and was chairman of the commission from 1990 to 1992. I have been asked to be the moderator for tonight's public information session. Just a couple of housekeeping rules. The fire chief has asked that we please do not obstruct the doorways. Bathrooms and water fountains are outside this door to my right, to your left, and then when you get outside the door, turn right. Please silence your cell phones. I am going shortly to introduce representatives of the towns, the EPA, BEAT, and Mass Autobahn, members of those organizations, and also the Rest of River Municipal Committee members. There are going to be presenters of information at tonight's meeting. You will have an opportunity to ask questions. If you have not already done so, please submit written questions during the presentation that will take place over probably the next hour. During that presentation, if you have a written question you would like to be asked and answered, I will ask the question and one of the members of tonight's presenters will answer the question. We will not have an opportunity to ask all of the questions, but we will try to at least answer representative questions and typical questions. If I have not asked a written question that you submitted, you will have an opportunity to ask that question yourself orally. After the written question and answer period, we will turn to an open mic period, and people will be asked to come and stand at the microphone at the top of the aisle in front of me. You will have 3 minutes to ask a question or make a statement. It will be strict. The 3-minute rule will be strictly enforced. I will interrupt you 15 minutes before the end of your 3-minute period to let you know that your time is coming to a close. Please be respectful and allow others to speak, to answer their questions, to ask their questions, and to allow panel members tonight to answer those questions without interruption. So now let me introduce people who will be participating in tonight's presentation. There are members of the Lee Select Board. Pat Carlino, is Pat here? There she is, I'm sorry. Tom Wickham. Tom is standing and he raised his hand. He's to my left in front. Is Dave Consolati here? Okay. The Lennox Select Board members, Ed Lane. Ed's down here. Is Dave Roach here? Dave is not here. Is Warren Archie here? And Warren was not able to make it. The Great Barrington Select Board members, Steve Bannon, off to my right. Steve's over up against the wall. Ed Abrams, next to him. Kate Burke, they're together. Bill Cook, they're together. Now the Stockbridge Select Board members, Roxanne McCaffrey, down in front. She's down there. Could you just stand up so that people can see you? Roxanne. Is Chuck Cardillo here? Chuck, could you please stand and just face the audience? Thank you. Is Terry Flynn, did Terry make it? Not yet. Sheffield Select Board members, Renee Wood, up here. Martin Mistoff. And the rest of River Municipal Committee members, some of them have been introduced to you already as Select Board members, but they are Channing Gibson from the town of Lenox, Pat Carlino from the town of Lee, you've met, Steve Schatz from the town of Stockbridge, Chris Rembold from the town of Great Barrington, and Renee Wood from the town of Sheffield. In addition, we have representatives of the Environmental Protection Agency. Brian Olson is here. They're all in the front row here. Tim Conway, Dean Taliaferro, Bob Cenciarulo, and we have members of the Berkshire Environmental Action Team, Jane Wynn, right in front. Two members from the Mass Audubon Society, Becky Cushing, Becky is down in front, and Tom Lotzenheiser. Okay. I am going to turn over the presentations now to Martin Mistoff.
Thank you, Judge. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to do a brief review of the purpose of tonight's session. We're going to go initially start with a brief...
Just stop. Is his voice being projected?
No? Okay.
You want to test it?
It's working. Okay, thank you. I'm going to briefly go through the purpose of tonight's session. First, we're going to start with a very brief explanation of the mediation approach. We've already been introduced to you as who the team is and so forth, and we'll learn more about that as we go forward. We're going to do a background on the mediation that we've been through, an explanation of the settlement agreement. We're going to go through the opportunities for further public involvement, and that's when we'll open it up to the question and answer period. And then we'll have an open speak time, and as Judge said, that's going to be limited to 3 minutes each. So I know there have been a lot of concerns expressed over the last week or so with regard to the secrecy and confidentiality of the mediation approach. And I just wanted to give a background, kind of a high-level background about mediation and explain why this process was so useful to the rest of River Committee in entering into the negotiations with EPA and GE. As you probably can all imagine, when you enter into litigation, you've elected to take an adversarial approach with your opponent, and you're hoping that a jury or a judge or common sense is going to prevail. But it is a highly argumentative, pretty highly formalized approach, and it tends to get people's backs up against the wall. You have to defend your positions. Mediation, if it's properly structured and properly organized, is a much different approach because all the parties come to a mediating table willingly. They know that it's not a litigation process. It's an opportunity to speak freely, but the confidentiality of the discussions gives all the participants the opportunity to speak freely without being held to a particular position or without being held to a particular commitment until the end of the mediation process. So it opens up the opportunity to share ideas. Some of the ideas are rejected, others are not, but it opens up the opportunity to think about what the common solution is. And I think that's why this approach has been taken here. And at this point, we're going to turn it over and you're going to learn more about the mediation process that's been employed here. Thank you.
I'm going to go through this very quickly, and if during any of the presentations tonight, if you cannot hear, please raise your hand, and that would just give us an opportunity to know that we need to adjust ourselves with regard to this mic. So, wow. So very quickly, going back, we know that there was a consent decree in 1999. And we know that 2 miles of the river were cleaned up. We know the rest of it, called the rest of the river, was deferred. We also know that in 2014, there was basically what turned out to be almost a 2-year mediation between the state of Massachusetts, EPA, and General Electric. That was not a confidential mediation. And the rest of the river, 5 towns, were invited to participate, and we did not. We saw no reason to participate. We saw nothing to be gained. And frankly, we did not trust General Electric. The EPA went forward, and I know many people in this room attended the meetings where they asked for public comment, verbal as well as written. They answered all of those public comments, and then they issued what is now called the 2016 permit. Because of the way the 1999 consent decree was structured, parties who were part of that agreement had the right to sue and go through really a legal process that is not common to most Superfund sites. GE exercised that right to appeal the 2016 permit, and under the EPA structure, when an appeal occurs to a permit, it goes to the Environmental Appeals Board, which we'll refer to as EAB. GE appealed a number of items, and since the rest of river towns had standing because we had made comment before the appeal, before the permit was issued, Justice Beat, HRI, Mass Audubon, Jeffrey C. Cook, and a number of other people, we were able to file an amicus brief or a friend of the court brief supporting the EPA's position. And what came out was that EPA won on basically every issue that GE appealed, except for the issue of out-of-state versus in-state storage of the PCB contaminants. Once the EAB decided that the EPA had to do more work on that, they did what they call remanded it back to EPA. And it became a decision that was going to be made by the EAB based on what was going to come back from the EPA as to the strength of their argument on the in-state storage versus out-of-state storage. We then, on the 5 towns, as well as the 5-town municipal committee, saw a real problem. And I'm going to turn it over to Chris Rembold, who's been on the committee for quite some time, and as you know, is Great Barrington's assistant town manager and head of the economic development area. And he'll bring you up to date from there.
Thank you, Renee. Can everybody hear me? So after the EAB decision, on that remand, on the EAB remand, we really faced an uphill battle. Now, whoever lost on the remand, the only option really was to appeal to federal court. The First Circuit, maybe eventually to the Supreme Court. If EPA won, and the towns supporting EPA won, meaning the waste had to be...
You're raising your hand. You can't hear?
Thank you. I'll just adjust that. So if EPA and the towns won, and the waste had to be taken out of state, GE would have appealed. If GE won, EPA and the town's only option would have been to appeal that. And so here we go to federal court. That was a very uncertain process, very long and uncertain process. And the result was very uncertain. And so our select boards tried to see if there was another way. And that other way was mediation. And when we were assured that mediation in this go-round was confidential for all parties entering mediation, our select board said, let's get a seat at the table, let's mediate. So that's how we entered into confidential discussions. And again, the mediation we thought would be a way to find another path outside of the federal court system, and a path where we could get more control over the ultimate solution for the river, more local control, more input, and something that was much more protective of human health and the environment than the risky position of if GE won. And so that's why we mediated. It was our opportunity to get to the table and put our demands on the table. Pretty early on in the mediation, it was clear that the way forward was to discuss some other option for disposing of the waste. And so, as Martin expressed, this was an opportunity for us to listen to the other parties in a confidential and open way and try to find the solution. If there was to be a landfill, your select boards and my fellow committee members were absolutely determined that that landfill would be designed to be protective of human health and the environment. We wanted the highest protections possible. And also that only the lowest level PCBs would be located at that in-county landfill. And the highest level PCBs would get out of state. We also had the opportunity to demand more cleanup, something that the 2016 permit had to sort of stop short on. We always knew EPA would have rather have seen more cleanup, get more of the bad stuff out of the river, and this was an opportunity to do that, to design a settlement that had those points in it. And so we achieved all of those demands. We were guaranteed as a result of the mediation and the resulting settlement agreement, there would only be one in-county landfill. We were facing the prospect of 3. One in Lee at Lane, one in East Lee up on Forest Street, and one in Housatonic by Rising Pond. Those 3 would have taken approximately all of the million cubic yards or so of contaminated material from the river, as well as getting the contamination to those sites would have required hundreds of thousands of trucks for a period of 10 to 15 years. We were able to, with this settlement agreement and one site, narrow that down quite significantly. The site in Lee has the opportunity to take the waste where most of the waste is, in Woods Pond, above Woods Pond Dam, and north, to take it by hydraulic dredging, which eliminates about 50,000 truck trips. We're really hopeful for that approach, and we fought very hard for that. That'll take trucks off the roads to the extent that we can do so. That'll reduce all of that truck traffic, hazard, et cetera. Go ahead. I can't see where we are. Some of the other key points in the settlement agreement is that we were able to guarantee local input throughout the cleanup process. Not only during the process of EPA issuing the permit, which you'll hear about, but also during the process. We secured a community benefits plan where GE must work with the community and EPA to determine what those truck routes are, to determine how it can mitigate the impacts on our neighborhoods, how it can mitigate the impacts on our roads and bridges and infrastructure. There were several other benefits that we achieved in the mediation, some particular to Great Barrington, and of course there was an economic benefit to our towns as well. Go ahead. I've mentioned most of this. Your opportunities for input moving forward, not only in the quality of life plan when EPA issues the permit and GE begins developing the scopes of work of how it will accomplish the remediation, how it will take the waste out, how it will get it to the site, how it will determine where the hottest spots of contamination are. You'll be able to see all of that, and you'll be able to comment on all of that. So those scopes of work are really important. That's a very important phase for our communities to be involved in moving forward. We have the ability through EPA with GE's money to hire technical assistants, because while we've worked on this a long time, we don't understand everything. We need to hire technical assistants. We need citizens, everyday citizens, to understand the language of these very highly scientific pages and pages and reams of permits. So technical assistants can help us do that. And we've secured that for our communities. Go ahead. Judge, would you introduce Pete? Thank you.
Okay, I would now like to introduce Jane Wynn of the Berkshire Environmental Action Team. Test the mic to make sure.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Good. First of all, I want to thank you all very much for coming out tonight. We're really glad to see you getting involved, and we really hope you will stay involved. Comment on the upcoming draft permit, comment on all the work plans, and please come to the Citizens Coordinating Council meetings that have been going on for years. They're a little daunting to understand at first, but come, ask questions, voice your demands. It's really important that all of you stay involved. I grew up on the banks of the Housatonic River in the top part of what we call the rest of river that's going to be cleaned up now. I remember the river stank to high heaven when I was growing up. And when you stuck a stick in the mud and wiggled it, you got these circles of brightly colored oil coming up. So it's come a long way. I thought I was good at catching frogs until I went to camp and found out that when you try to sneak up on a frog, it's really hard if they're healthy frogs. In the Housatonic River, the frogs in the river had lost their startle response. I love this river and its floodplain. It was my playground growing up. I went on to get my master's degree in zoology. Most of BEAT's board and staff have science degrees. We feel that this settlement agreement is our best opportunity to have a much more thorough remediation to protect the environment for wildlife. Right now, the river is an unlined, uncapped toxic waste dump, allowing PCBs to spread into the air, the water, the land, and up the food web. PCBs last virtually forever, and they get into everything, from the air we're breathing all the way up into the Arctic and the food chain there. We felt that the courts have already allowed one high-level PCB dump in Berkshire County, up in Pittsfield, and there was a really strong likelihood that they would allow up to 3, at least one of which would be high-level. This agreement that we've signed provides so much more benefit to the environment than the 2016 permit that we appealed, GE appealed, HRI appealed. The settlement requires the removal of 100 acres more PCB contamination, eliminates many acres of capping, which is basically, in our opinion, putting sand over contamination in a river. We don't like that idea. It includes removal of 2 dams to restore the aquatic connectivity for fish and other aquatic wildlife, and work starts immediately with more sampling and development of a work plan, or of work plans. We'll be working to ensure that the pilot study of vernal pool remediation has very specific criteria for what success looks like, and that the best methods are selected to perform the remediation on all of these amazing habitats. This is really important because amphibians that breed in vernal pools are incredibly sensitive to PCBs. And we will keep fighting with all of you to have the dumps in Berkshire County and beyond remediated as alternative technologies become available. And in this agreement, thanks to Housatonic River Initiative, the EPA has committed in writing to identifying opportunities to apply existing and potential future research resources to PCB treatment technologies. EPA is also committed to soliciting input and working with all the stakeholders as the cleanup process design progresses. So please stay involved and provide input as the process moves forward. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce Becky Cushing and Tom Lautzenheiser of Mass Audubon.
Good evening, everybody. Hello. Mass Audubon has participated in the Housatonic River cleanup discussions and public comment since the 1980s. And I'm a relative newcomer on this river, and I've only been personally involved since around 2003. Our team of scientists, policy analysts, and educators have always advocated for a strenuous cleanup that removes as much PCBs from the environment as feasible and ensures a healthy Housatonic River ecosystem is restored. In this settlement, as you've heard, GE has agreed to a more thorough cleanup than in the 2016 permit. They've allowed for a more robust public input into more detailed remediation plan components as they are developed. And they will begin on-the-ground work in the rest of river area without further threat of litigation. Overall, we believe this settlement represents the best practicable path through this environmental disaster, at long last setting real benchmarks for reducing the burden of PCBs on the Housatonic human and natural communities. Throughout the mediation, we've also reviewed the option of continued litigation. We believe that the risks involved in the litigation process, including years of additional delay and the potential for worst-case scenarios becoming real, outweigh any potential benefit over the current settlement. This agreement takes up to 3 high-level PCB disposal facilities in the Housatonic Valley off the table, and also ensures that GE will not be able to simply walk away from a problem it created. Instead, through this agreement, we have secured extra remediation in the river and high-use areas, out-of-state disposal for high-level PCBs, and additional compensation from GE for affected communities. These important improvements over the previous permit should result, on balance, in a better result for human health and the environment. Going forward, Mass Audubon stands ready to engage with GE, EPA, and other stakeholders as work plans are developed and further studies undertaken to get this next phase underway. I hope that each of you will be similarly strive to ensure that the highest standards of cleanup are planned and implemented in the Housatonic Valley. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Becky Cushing. I'm the Sanctuary Director for Mass Audubon's Berkshire Wildlife Sanctuaries, and I live in Lenoxdale. We all know that currently PCBs exist and move throughout the Housatonic River, where we paddle, we bird, and we live along the river. We also love the river, and it's one of our most important natural resources. It has tremendous benefits, from outdoor recreation to stormwater management. Right now, it harbors toxic chemicals, materials. PCBs are moving within the river food web, and we need to get them out. The mediation process and its outcome were far from perfect, but the alternatives were so much worse. Mass Audubon has a wildlife sanctuary in Pittsfield, Canoe Meadows Wildlife Sanctuary. It's a 250-acre place where 10,000 people visit every year. It will be used for 2 years as a staging area for the cleanup of its own area as well as other areas. We will work with all the parties to keep Canoe Meadows open during the remediation so people can continue to enjoy parts of the sanctuary that are not being remediated at that time. Mass Audubon is committed to holding GE and EPA accountable not only for the duration of the remediation, but afterwards during the restoration that must happen. We will hold GE and EPA to the highest standards of landfill design, operation, and very importantly, monitoring. We will remain involved long after the work has completed to ensure that PCBs do not ever re-enter the environment. We will continue to advocate for the use of alternative technologies once they become available to remediate any remaining PCBs. As others have said, this is only the beginning, and there is so much work to be done. This agreement took decades and decades to happen, and it allows us to finally take a step forward. But we all will need to work together to ensure that we continue to move forward. I think we all do envision a future where generations can live and work alongside the river. All of the environmental groups, the EPA, the representatives, and the residents of Lee, Lenox, Lenoxdale, Stockbridge, Great Barrington, and Sheffield, the city of Pittsfield, and GE will need to work together to restore a healthy Housatonic River ecosystem. Thank you.
You will now hear from representatives of the Environmental Protection Agency to provide us with some technical details about the settlement. Dan Taliaferro.
Hi, I'm Dean Tagliaferro. I'm the EPA project manager for the consent decree work that was done in Pittsfield since 2000. Okay. I just want to thank you all for coming, and I appreciate your patience listening through our presentations, but there is some information that we do want to get out that will help with your questions and your comments. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. Just a very brief background on EPA's process for issuing the permit. There is a federal regulation that we have to follow that was codified in the consent decree that laid out the criteria upon which EPA has to propose its cleanup. And it's based on that criteria that we have to be able to defend if a party chooses to appeal, which is what happened. So the parties, General Electric included, appealed our permit. We went before the Environmental Appeals Board, as has been discussed. The Appeals Board compared our presentation against the criteria and against the other parties' briefs. They upheld our remedy, as was stated, but very unfortunately, they disagreed with us on disposal. So that's what put us in this position. And the only reason I was pointing that out is there is criteria that our new permit will also have to meet that, or it's also subject to be overturned. So moving forward, EPA's objectives to come up with a new plan. Primarily, the number one thing was to get the highest level contaminated sediment and soil out of state. Also important was to remove more PCBs from the river system. Overlaid on all that is the number one priority, which is protecting human health and the environment. And then ideally, this allows us to proceed with the cleanup. Just briefly go over some of the additional cleanup that's going to happen. Just for management of the project, we broke the project up into several areas or reaches. There's 6 different areas where additional sediment will be removed. There are some residential properties that are in the floodplain that their parcels go all the way back to the river, and they are contaminated, and it's appropriate to do a better job cleaning those up. As Mass Audubon mentioned, Canoe Meadows is heavily used, and it deserves a thorough cleanup, so that was included. And there's going to be additional work to try and minimize erosion of additional PCBs into the river, and options to clean up the sensitive habitats, including some sensitive vernal pools. As Jane mentioned, a big component of the cleanup right now is called capping, and just briefly, because I was asked this last night, so bear with me, capping in the river, if you can, just for some rough numbers, if the contamination is about 5 feet deep, the goal of capping is to remove the top foot or 2 of that material and then cover it, as Jane said, with backfill and sand and material that's suitable for habitat. The goal of that is to isolate the PCBs from the macroinvertebrates and the fish and the ecosystem and the food chain. That typically works very well, but it's certainly not foolproof in a dynamic river system. So some of these improvements involve taking out additional sediments to get down to a clean level of sediment that preclude the need for capping. And part of that is the first 3 miles above Woods Pond and Lenox. And then downstream of Woods Pond, there's 5 additional dams, and there's additional cleanup behind all of those dams. And in 2 of them, Columbia Mill and the remnants of Eagle Mill Dam, there'll be sufficient cleanup that will allow and actually require GE to remove those dams. Another component that's brought up by the other speakers, so I'll just touch briefly on it, is EPA's commitment to conduct additional research on ways to render PCBs inert.
And what EPA is committed to do, and I'm sure there'll be questions on it later, is that we'll solicit research opportunities from research institutions and other vendors, hopefully some of them in Massachusetts and New England, and work with them to see if there are viable technologies that will work in this specific situation and hopefully could be carried on to other sites and other locations across the country. I know there's obviously a lot of questions on the disposal, this disposal area. So the material that will not be transported out of state is designated for the lane gravel pit, or a portion of the lane gravel pit. As shown on this figure, sorry I don't have a pointer, it's the area farthest east of the river and close to Woodland Road, excuse me. It's about 1,000 to 1,500 feet from the Housatonic River, about 1,500 feet from Woods Pond, and it is down gradient and more than a mile away from the Lee water supply reservoirs, both the Leahy Reservoir and the Venetti Reservoir. And by down gradient, what we mean by that is the groundwater flows in this area, as with most areas, towards the river. So from the landfill toward the river, the proposed landfill towards the river is the direction of groundwater flow. And these reservoirs are a mile up gradient of that. So obviously a key component of this is the two approaches to disposal. Again, the highest concentrations of PCBs in soil and sediment will be transported out of state for disposal. For a benchmark or for a comparison, we talk a lot about parts per million. The federal regulation or the federal criterion for a commercial PCB landfill is greater than 50 parts per million. PCBs with less than that do not need to go to a commercial landfill. They're not a commercial, PCB landfill. They can go in what's called, it's just not a non-commercial landfill. There's some solid waste landfills and special waste landfills that can take this. And in fact, some of the material does not even need to go in a landfill, but that's just a reference number of 50. Regardless of the segregation approach that I'll talk about briefly, regardless of how that data turns out, GE is required to transport a minimum of 100,000 cubic yards to an out-of-state landfill.
Why not all?
The remaining soil that is not transported off-site is proposed to be consolidated into this facility. Just a couple quick points on that. Only material from this project, from this Rest of River project, can be disposed of at this site. There's no other materials allowed. It's not a commercial landfill. It will not take any other waste material. EPA also has regulations on hazardous waste, which is separate from PCB waste, but there will be no hazardous waste placed in this landfill. And although we don't expect it, but in the event, drums, capacitors, other containers that contain liquid, that can have liquids in them, will be prohibited from going in this facility. The agreement itself has a very detailed process that talks about how you determine what is the high waste and how it gets segregated. And it involves about numerous samples on the order of 10 to 20,000 samples, and based on that, we'll determine what the hot spots are to remove the high-level waste. Just very briefly how that's done, the sampling will be done before the material is removed from either the floodplain or the river, and based on the sampling, the high-level material can be taken out first, and then the remaining material can be either dredged or excavated and transported to the facility. The averaging is applied to over 10 different averaging areas, I believe. So even though the cutoff criteria is generally 50, we estimate that based on meeting the requirements in all of these areas, the overall average concentration to be placed in the disposal facility at Lane would be about 20 to 25 parts per million. There's a lot of questions on how this will be constructed, operated, and maintained. So this is referred to as a cross-section or a slice through the landfill. I'll just go over a couple of items on this. At the bottom of the landfill, there's two lines that represent the liners. There will be a double bottom liner, and the waste will go on top of that. As the waste is in the landfill, as the material, the soil and sediment is in there, it will retain some moisture regardless of how much you dewater it prior to placement, and over time, that moisture will leach out or desorb off the soil materials, and it's called leachate, and it will flow down to the liner, go on top of the liner, and be removed through collection pipes called leachate collection pipes. The second liner is below that. If for some reason it gets through the first liner, there will be a second liner that'll identify that leachate, and that will also be captured and removed. A key component that the town's fought very heavily for, along with EPA, is it's critical to keep these liners, the bottom of the landfill, out of the groundwater table. And the groundwater table will fluctuate. So the design requires a minimum of 15 feet, a minimum, I want to stress that, of 15 feet from the seasonally high groundwater, factoring in climate change and potential increases in current conditions. When there's sufficient material placed in the landfill such that it will be capped or covered, there'll be an impermeable cover on top that will prevent rainwater from getting into this and adding to the leachate problem. The goal is to keep all rainwater drainage to drain away from the landfill through drainage swales, retention basins, and other stormwater features. Lastly, or not lastly, but in addition, around all sides of this landfill will be monitoring wells, groundwater monitoring wells that will be installed to monitor the quality of the groundwater. GE is the responsible party for this site, and they need to pay for it, so they will be implementing this remedy under EPA oversight. So it'll be GE contractors operating the facility. They will be required to do the monitoring along with EPA. EPA typically does a percentage of its own sampling to do a duplicate sample or a replicate sample of what GE is doing. Just some data here. The maximum capacity is 1.3 million cubic yards. The acreage, the lateral acreage, or the footprint as it's called, is 20 acres. And right now, based on where the bottom liner is placed, the height of that landfill is estimated to be about 50 feet higher than the current elevation of the area in the gravel pit. Some of the issues, some of the engineering controls that are done to minimize the placement of the material is this whole 20 acres won't be used for disposal at the same time. Typical with most landfills, you'd open up a small area at a time. That limits the amount of daily cover you need to place to cover it, and it should limit the amount of leachate that gets collected. And then you progress in closing up one cell and moving on to another. Obviously, key to this, a critical component of this are the protections and the monitoring at the landfill. There'll be baseline monitoring conducted before any work or any construction is done, and that will be both PCBs in air, dust or particulate monitoring, and groundwater monitoring in the wells that I previously talked about. So that's done, like I said, as a baseline. And then that continues during the construction phase, the same type of monitoring, the same parameters, the air sampling for PCBs, which measures both PCBs that volatilize in the air phase as well as PCBs that stick or are attached to dust particles. Both of those are detected in the air sampling that will be used. In addition to that, monitoring of dust or particulates will be done, and again, groundwater. And then lastly, post-closure, after the facility is closed, those parameters will also be measured and monitored again in perpetuity. There are some other instruments that can be used or methods that can be used to help with monitoring the facilities. The leachate collection systems, for example, the material will go into tanks, and there are sensors that are typically used. This hasn't been designed yet, but typical to most facilities, there are sensors that are used that'll sense when the tank is full, or if it's the secondary or bottom leachate collection, there'll be a sensor or alarm that will go off and be radio telemetry to people. So in a sense, there's ongoing monitoring all the time for the leachate. That's all I had on that, so I know we want to get to questions, but next is going to be Brian Olson from EPA, who's going to talk about the next steps and a formal comment period. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming tonight and for being so patient. I'll only be another 30 minutes or so, no, 30 seconds. So basically, there's a process now. Where do we go from here? There's a process. EPA has to go out now. It's going to take us some time, maybe 2 months, to turn all this information into revising the 2016 draft permit and then putting that out for public comment. So we'll issue a draft permit a couple months from now. The public will get a chance to comment on it. We'll have meetings like this at that time. We'll go over the specific details of the permit changes. We'll have a public hearing where people will be able to give their input, officially give their input to the record. We'll then have during that time, we'll have a 45-day public comment period, which will likely be extended a little bit, but 45 days is a minimum. And then we'll respond to comments, respond to every comment we get, and we will make a final decision on the EPA permit. And then following that, there could be appeals. There could be, we could go back into that same do loop. But we're hoping to be able to move forward with whatever our ultimate decision is. So I think that's it for us. We're ready to answer any questions you have.
Do members of the Select Board wish to come and join us at the panel table? It may be easier in the answering of questions.
That's good. Okay, so it's a little bit of, these are all the questions that we received out there for now.
Okay.
They weren't grouped, they're not synthesized, these are raw questions.
Okay.
So and there were so few that I thought you could just ask them.
Okay.
Another thing you can do is if people still have written questions,
Yeah.
I'll go collect them in the crowd, just
Okay.
have them
Let me
flash
ask
up.
that.
Is this where you ask the question?
We're doing written questions first. Does anybody have a written question with them now that they have not submitted? Could you please hold it up and we'll collect it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to give it to him.
There's another set.
Okay. I'm going to give you the question, or the mic. Now, I have some written questions. I think my voice will project enough. Can you up in the back hear me without the mic? No. Okay. The written questions that we have, I'm going to try to ask all of them. We may not be able to ask all of them. If I have not asked a question that any of you have submitted in writing, you will have an opportunity to ask your question orally. But first, we're going to go through the written question procedure. This is probably going to take a half an hour if you want to return to your seats. It might be more comfortable. Now, one question. Many PCB landfills have failures after implementation. Is there a correctly functioning upland PCB landfill that you can provide or identify?
Actually, we have many, we have many PCB, well, we have many landfills in New England. So most of our Superfund sites actually have PCBs in them, even if that's not the main contaminant. And I actually don't know of any that have failed in New England. That's what I cover. I know there's some, there was talk last night about a landfill in North Carolina that was built 50 years ago that had some water issues in it, and they ended up removing the entire landfill in the 1970s or in the early 80s. So, but that's the only one I know of that has failed. There's lots of, again, there's dozens of landfills in New England at our Superfund sites that we haven't really had any problems with. I'm not sure that answers the question, but.
Could you please wait your turn?
Well, it's her question. What's the best one?
You can certainly look at any Superfund site in New England. I would say more than half of them have some kind of on-site disposal. A lot of them were old landfills that are capped. Most of those don't have a bottom liner like we're specifying here. But, we can give you the whole list of all the sites, I guess, as far as research goes. Those sites continue to be monitored. The groundwater.
Would you please?
They're all upland. We do have, the only site I would say is not an upland disposal facility are sites where we use confined aquatic disposal, basically sequestering the material sort of in the bottom of a river. That's a case in New Bedford Harbor. Everything else, is on the land, so I would call it upland.
Yes. It's legally it's a CERCLA site. Superfund is, on the national priorities list. No, it's not going to be on the national priorities list.
What will happen to leachate collected at the bottom of the landfill? How will it be treated and disposed of? And then there's a follow-up question. What methods will be used to determine if the landfill has any leaks over many future years?
Speak to that. I hope everybody can hear me. Usually don't need a mic, but Jeff Hirschberger, I'm a hydrogeologist with ESS Group. I was brought in to provide some technical support to the committee during the mediation. So I've been dealing and talking with EPA and GE during this whole process. I worked a lot on adding the details on what this landfill, how it was going to be constructed. The question again was about leachate. How will it be detected? How will it be contained? I mean, there's systems, the way these things are designed, they basically use gravity and pipes to collect the leachate into pits or pumps or tanks. As was mentioned earlier, there's alarms on those tanks when they're full. There's backup tanks. So during the initial stages of construction and during the closure, they'll be closely monitored to try to determine how much leachate is being detected, how much is being collected, how frequently do the tanks fill, how frequently do those tanks have to be emptied. They'll be pumped. They'll be pumped. It gets treated. How does it get treated? I'm not exactly sure what the process.
Wait a minute, you're all out of order.
Wait, it's the same. It's the same treatment process as your typical wastewater treatment system. You're using mainly carbon. You know, you run it through a carbon system, just like the filters you have in your home, and the PCBs stick to the carbon. Eventually, the carbon gets filled up, and you have to dispose of that somewhere, out of state or wherever it ends up going. So. The water gets put back to the river after you take out all the contaminants, yes.
What is a low permeability membrane?
Can I do that again? Again, I think we spoke about this a little bit with the crowd last night. These things are manufactured, really kind of a plastic, but it's more of a rubbery plastic. That's what they're constructed out of.
Could you please wait until he finishes answering the question?
That is what they're constructed of, okay? These liners, the way they're constructed, you have pieces of these. Limited, okay.
You can ask the question from the floor. I understand that the height of the upland disposal facility could be 1,099. Could you please remove that man?
All right, hold on. Let me. Excuse me. Let me answer. I'll answer the question. I think everything gets manufactured. You know, the same thing as if we take 100,000 trucks and drive them across the country. You're going to say that's not a good idea, right? And I agree with you, right? Because of the emissions of the trucks, there's no good, perfect solution. So it's manufactured as plastic. Sometimes they actually use clay, but sometimes that cracks and you have problems with the clay. That's not manufactured, as you know, but it doesn't work perfectly. And we have found that some plastics can leach really low levels of contaminants out of them, so now we have to deal with that. As everyone knows, the latest thing is these perfluorinated compounds are in everything. We're dealing with that and emerging contaminants, so there's no perfect solution, but you're basically putting really thick plastic down, you're tying the plastic together by heat sealing them together, because you can't have a whole acre of plastic. You just can't do it, so it has to be rolls of plastic, and that's how it works. And there's 2 layers of it, so if the first layer fails, you'll detect it between the 2 layers, and then you deal with it, you fix it. So hopefully that answers your question. There is no perfect solution, though, there isn't. And no matter where we take this material, it's going to be the same type of solution. It's going to be in someone else's landfill somewhere else.
I understand that the height of the upland disposal facility could be 1,099 feet, but the surrounding land is 1,040 feet. Could the level be brought down to below 10,040 feet so that it is not visible and a possible eyesore?
I think the answer is yes, but the design can be adjusted so that the height isn't exactly. I mean, this is just that part of the reason why we put heights in areas was to try and create some estimate of capacity. So I think the answer is yes. I don't think that it's going to be rising 40 feet above the highest level in that area when all is said and done. But we'll certainly, as the plans come forward, that's something that we should be talking about. What is it going to look like? We had an artist rendering of what the landfill, what it looks like now, what it looked like after, and we didn't even show it because you couldn't see a difference. And I thought, well, it's ridiculous. People are going to look at that and say that's a ridiculous rendering, but that is what that based on the artist's computer drawing, you can't really even see it from like 4 different angles. But again, I think we need to get into more details on like what it might look like, whether we can make it the footprint a little bigger and a little lower, or footprint smaller, a little higher, or whether it's going to be deeper. Remember, we're trying to keep it above the groundwater table. Once we figure out exactly where the groundwater table is, maybe it doesn't have to go to 1,040 feet or whatever the elevation is. So I think that all that can be discussed.
What will happen to the air quality during the process?
You want to do it?
Yeah, I can take that. I mean, obviously, there's concerns about air quality with, PCBs volatilized, their dust. There'll be extensive monitoring done at the landfill to make sure that's not an issue. That's certainly going to be a priority in doing this work. They have to be protective not only of the residents surrounding this area, but also the workers that are going to be working at the landfill in directly in contact with this material. That is a requirement that will be specified in the plans. There'll be levels that'll be set that'll be protective of human health. And again, that's how this work has to get done. It's going to be important, as one of the slides up here said. Monitoring is going to be key to making sure this stuff is done safely.
How do you plan to protect aquatic life during the PCB removal process?
You're asking an engineer this question, not a biologist, but one way that we deal with that and other rivers that we've dealt with, or even in this river, is you're trying to separate out the area that you're working in from the areas where the fish and other aquatic organisms are going to be. If there are any, there's going to be biota in the sediment that we're digging up. Those biota are going to die. They're going to die in the area that we're working in. But the whole idea is that you got to get the PCBs out because they're dying anyway.
Could you please hold off? You'll have an opportunity to ask your question at the mic. That's the ground rule.
So the point you're bringing up is one that all of us have talked about for 20 years. Like, how far do you go with cleaning up the river in order to not ruin it? Ruin it in order to save it. And so we've, the very different environmental people, different environmental experts disagree on that. There are different schools of thoughts, and I think we tried to create a balance. In our first permit, actually, the 2016 permit, we tried to create a balance between those things without, saving it, not ruining it. But it's not easy. This isn't easy. Unfortunately, we have lots of PCBs that were dumped into this river.
Who will have the financial responsibility of repairing any damage to town and residential properties? And certain examples: roads, bridges, culverts, water and sewer systems, guardrails, tree work, etc., and cleanup of any caustic spills. Residential examples: damage to roads, lawns, landscaping, wells, and septic systems, and the work and cleanup of any caustic spills.
One of the things we were able to get into this settlement was that before work begins, we need GE to assess the condition of all the infrastructure before they start, and if it's damaged, they'll be held to. If it's damaged during the process, GE will be held to the responsibility of fixing it, and not just giving it a little layer of pavement, but fixing it properly. So the community benefits portion of this settlement will protect the towns against that eventuality, breaking of water pipes, sewer pipes, et cetera, during the process of the remediation. I hope that answers your question. Did I miss anything? I'm going to just have Channing add one thing.
Additionally, in Pittsfield, a group of homeowners petitioned who were involved in the mediation, petitioned to have their residential properties cleaned up to a higher standard than was originally dictated in the 2016 permit. 6 homeowners in Lenox did not have representation, and you will see in the settlement agreement, if you read it, that the town of Lenox is going to front half of the money and GE the other half in order to clean up those properties to a higher residential standard if the property owners want it.
Can we have an independent engineer review this design and site? And will that report of the independent engineer be taken into consideration in whether or not the landfill at this site is a viable plan?
Yes, I mean, I don't know if it was on one of the slides tonight, but the plan right now is for EPA/GE to provide financial resources and technical assistance to the towns. So they will have that support. Again, I think the other thing that everybody's been emphasizing is that the onus is on all of us to review those plans, comment on those plans, but the intent is to have technical support for the towns during those reviews.
Does GE pay upfront funds into trust? And what is the purpose of that trust? And what if GE declares bankruptcy at some point in the future?
You got our lawyer here, so.
Hi, can everybody hear me? My name is Tim Conway. I'm an attorney for EPA. To make sure that there's enough money available by GE to perform the cleanup, there's several things in place. One, we have a consent decree. Under the consent decree that we entered into in the year 2000, GE is responsible under a federal court order to complete and pay for the entire rest of river cleanup. If GE fails to do that, and if it goes bankrupt, there is we secured from them a surety bond for $150 million that is set aside for if GE is unable to continue with the cleanup, the rest of river cleanup. Also, if GE is to go bankrupt during the rest of river cleanup, EPA will pursue them to the extent possible under the bankruptcy law. And we feel strongly that the work obligations, the cleanup obligations would be ones that we would be given a priority as far as requiring GE to fulfill their obligations throughout the process.
So you also saw that the rest of river towns, the 5 towns, okay, so you also saw that the 5 rest of river towns received a total compensation of $55 million. We shared, whoever asked that question, we shared your concern about the possibility of bankruptcy. We've seen what's happened to GE over the last 10 years. And we have in the agreement, again, I encourage you to read it in its entirety, that GE is obligated within 30 days of the signing of the agreement, so that would be by early March, to put $55 million into a escrow trust fund with Wilmington Trust. We will receive the interest on that money while it is in trust, and in effect, GE can't touch it. They've got to put the money in. It will accrue interest, and we will receive that money when the permit is finalized and all of the appeal process has been litigated if someone chooses to appeal. So we negotiated. The money was the last part of our concern, but we've done our best to also protect what will be money that when it is distributed, Lee and Lenox will get the lion's share, will go into each town's general fund, and then before it is spent in any way, shape, or form, it will be like any money that is in a general fund, and that is you, the voters, will have to approve expenditures at town meeting.
So I have a little bit of a follow-up to that one that I'll answer now because it's related. How will our children be able to afford to fix the problems of monitoring and maintenance of the Lane landfill? And can we keep the $150 million that Tim was talking about forever? So GE is on the hook to do this forever. Again, if they go bankrupt, this $150 million will be around. There may be a time when GE will appeal to us or ask us to reduce that amount once the cleanup is all over with, and we'll take a look at that. But we'll make sure that we keep enough money in there to fix any, even really major problems that occur into the future.
Thank you. The next question is how.
The total price of the cleanup we'll be estimating when we issue our permit, so we haven't done it completely. The original one was about, what was it, $500 million or $600 million? It's probably in the $500 to $600 million range. Yeah.
How much restriction on water flow will there be? And in particular, if I have a business that makes a living using the river as a resource, how will that affect my business?
So, not sure if this is an easy one to answer, but so as work is ongoing, there's going to be some engineering controls to ensure that there are, in the area that we're working, there won't be particulate matter moving out of that area downstream in the river, and we'll be monitoring, likely just based on other projects we've done, we'll be monitoring at different places downstream in the river, and we'll want to see basically no change at some point just downstream of where we're working. If we do start seeing a problem, I would think rather than reduce people's use of the water, we'll stop what we're doing and figure out why that's happening, as opposed to tell people you can't use the water for whatever steam or whatever they're using it for downstream. So we do have significant monitoring during the work as well to make sure that that doesn't happen. And we'll be separating out the work areas and everything, and there will be, all these plans that we're producing will have various numbers in them to say, all right, if we see this much, this much sediment in the water downstream, something's wrong. You're either not controlling it right or you're not digging it right or whatever. So that's something we're definitely going to have to deal with.
If I could add a comment to that, this comes back to the quality of life plan and the scopes of work that Chris discussed earlier. This is one of the things that we really insisted on, that not only the municipalities have a say in how the scopes of work, and when you're going to divert part of the river, or you're going to work around an existing business like Onyx or many other businesses, we wanted to have the stakeholders, including those businesses and you and us, involved in that. So again, there will be opportunity for public comment and public awareness, and I believe a great deal of transparency. This is something that has really been enhanced in this settlement agreement, and I do think it's going to serve all of us very well if we do stay involved, which we must.
What provisions are being made, if any, to evacuate residents as a result of the airborne footprint up to 3 miles of PCBs being dredged from the river?
We will have air monitoring during the remediation. We've been working at sites like New Bedford Harbor for the past 25 years, and we've had air monitoring around that entire project, and we've never come into a situation where we felt like the air levels were even coming close to being a problem. So we don't expect that to occur. There is, very small amounts of PCBs volatilized into the air. It's not something that's significant. We have much bigger risks from, the actual PCBs in the sediment right now. So we are concerned about the air, but we don't expect it to be a problem, and we will be significantly monitoring as the work is ongoing. So if we had to do something, for example, we had a project up in New Hampshire a couple of years ago where there was literally, as we were digging, there was PCB oils bubbling up out of the ground, similar to what we dealt with in Pittsfield, actually. And we were starting to get hits on our air monitors, and so we started covering it with foam. Still hits on the air monitors. We stopped the work. We evacuated the people. We didn't, they didn't have to evacuate like right that minute, but we got them out of their homes within the next day or so. We went in there and just dug as quickly as we can, got it out of there, put it in trucks, and hauled it away. So we deal with much higher levels of PCBs than this. This is I don't know if anyone, I'm sure some people that deal with this all the time understand the concept. I think Dean said that it was 20 to 25 parts per million that we're talking about as this low-level material. So just to give people a little bit of an idea of what that means. So let's say we have a 15-ton jump truck that we're trucking across from the river or wherever we're taking it. In that 15-ton dump truck, there would be about a half a pound of PCBs in that dump truck, in the entire 15-ton dump truck. So that's probably maybe that coffee cup full of PCBs. Again, just to give it doesn't mean that it's not an issue. We wouldn't be taken out of the river if it was good there. But just trying to let you understand what we're talking about in terms of this is like a whole bunch of dirt and sediment and a really small amount of PCBs. Again, really bad for the it accumulates in the fish, it accumulates in the biota, but it's actually a really small amount in terms of the total soil that we're taking out of the river.
Thank you. In the event that the landfill fails, that there's a total failure, who will be responsible for its dismantling and removal?
GE. And with our our oversight, our enforcement.
For hydraulic dredging, millions of gallons of water will be transported to the dump or transferred to the dump. Where is the waste/solid separation plant in the design?
So that will have to be designed. We'll try to reduce the amount of water that comes into the pipe. You need enough water to be able to move it, but you'll try to design the actual removal from the sediments to the point so you don't have so much water, but there is going to be a lot of water. It will get up to wherever the staging area is. In this case, it could be at Lane Gravel Pit. If we're doing hydraulic, we may try to do it in other places as well. Wherever that staging area is going to be, there'll be some kind of physical separation, probably. Sometimes they put the sediments in these big, huge bladders and allow the water to seep out slowly. That water is then collected, goes through a carbon treatment system, and then the water itself, once it's clean, it can be discharged back into the river. And again, ultimately, you have PCBs adhering to this carbon that you have to also dispose of, but that's a very small amount.
Since PCBs are regarded as, quote, forever chemicals, what is the expected lifespan of the fabric of the liner, and how long is forever? Are we just kicking the can down the road?
Yeah, the PCBs will be around forever, and the liner will last a really long time, but nothing lasts forever. This is one of the reasons why. What was that? Yeah. That's one of the reasons why they don't last forever either. There's a half-life of PCBs, but 400 years. What is that? The half-life? Yeah. Thank you. So I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. So in terms of it's one of the reasons why we decided in this particular case to send the worst stuff off-site and keep the low-level material on-site. Because, and we talked about this last night, obviously I don't think I've said it tonight, EPA in our PCB regulations say that if you have anything below 25 parts per million in what is considered a low occupancy area, like an industrial park or something like that, 25 parts per million would be okay with no cap or liner. So what we're putting in this disposal site is the same stuff that we would say is okay with no cap or liner. So in some ways, it's, you know, we're over-designing it, which I think is a good idea, but that was part of what the towns and EPA and others got together and said, GE, you have to do this. If we're going to dispose of this much, even if it's low-level material, we want to treat it as if it's high-level material. So, you know, it's not, 50 years from now, if this liner is starting to break down, it's not going to be catastrophic at all. But, and again, I explained to you how much PCBs is in this dirt. But at the same time, you know, we're also, as someone said earlier, we're looking at ways to try and treat this stuff forever, to try and deal with it forever. We're not giving up on that by this agreement. In fact, we put it into the agreement that EPA is committing to that, to put funds towards that, towards research, to try and get rid of this stuff forever. Not just here, but you know, in Pittsfield, other places. If we...
Could you please wait
How?
until it's your turn, unless you want to ask?
No, I just didn't hear you.
I asked how much
Money. So we're out. It's not GE. It's EPA. EPA felt like, as part of this agreement, it was something that we, you know, hopefully like us better than GE. I don't know, but we felt like we should take control of that. That's a national problem that we could, as EPA, it's a good place for us to put our research funds to try and solicit some companies or local universities to try and work on this. So we're hopeful that, so EPA, we haven't committed a set amount of money. It's going to be significant, though. We can't commit money until we've appropriated it, and likely if this happens, this agreement, and our permit goes forward, that's going to be next year's money, and we can't commit next year's money until next year comes. That's just part of the way we do the federal government budgeting. We've gotten the highest levels of EPA to agree that this is a good idea to do this. So I feel like it would be a significant amount of money.
How do you handle the removal of boulders in the dredging process? The boulders in the land, in the bed of the river?
You want me to do it? You pick them up. You know, again, if you're doing the hydraulic dredging, you're going to have, you know, you'll obviously be dredging around them. And then, you know, you might have to use some conventional equipment to take bigger boulders out. You know, Dean spent a lot of time in the first 2 miles of the river dealing with boulders and things. And, you know, you can potentially clean boulders and put them back, so you're not wasting space in a landfill. You know, that if we have stretches of the river with lots of boulders, we may consider cleaning them and putting them back in the river, or reusing them for something else. It would be a shame to fill up a landfill with boulders. So a lot of this area is not going to be big boulders, but we're certainly going to hit them in the floodplain, and in certain reaches of the river, there will be some fairly big stones. So if we can save space, save transportation, whatever, we will do that. But that'll be all part of the design, and different stretches of the river are going to be very different in terms of the composition of what we find there.
Are there any provisions for blood monitoring of people living under the PCB plume? And if there is, does it cover tissue monitoring, given PCB accumulates in adipose tissue?
So, EPA doesn't do health monitoring. There are other agencies in the federal government and in the state government that do that. The Massachusetts Department of Public Health back, I don't know, in the 90s maybe, did some blood testing in Pittsfield, and when I was working on the project back then, a lot of people had PCBs in their yards. There were 100 and something, maybe even 200 and something yards that were contaminated with PCBs. So they went and did blood testing. There were also GE workers that had significant exposures, a lot more exposures than people that are having it in their yards. And there were, one of the conclusions of that test was that people working at the facility had high levels in their blood. People that were eating fish had high levels in their blood. The people that lived on the properties that had PCBs on there didn't have as high levels in their blood. I think there's some kind of, and again, we don't do this at EPA, but there's some kind of petition process for blood testing studies and things like that. EPA doesn't anticipate that down in this area, given the levels of PCBs in the sediments and everything, that there would be, you would find it in your blood. We all have it in our blood, but you would find elevated levels in your blood. But certainly, I would contact the Massachusetts Department of Public Health if you had any questions on that.
Are you aware of any studies as to whether or not people who live near the river have contracted cancer because of PCBs?
Again, that's a public health question. I'm not aware of any. There have been lots of studies of PCBs around rivers, around the Hudson River. I'm not aware of any cancer studies. There aren't a lot of, we've dealt with this nationally. There aren't a lot of studies that have been able to show a direct connection between cancer or some other illnesses and some kind of pollution source. One of the only ones that I know of was in my hometown of Woburn, Massachusetts, where the site of the civil action, there's 2 Superfund sites in my town I grew up in, and they linked leukemia to the drinking water that we were drinking. When I was a kid, is when all my friends, 8 kids in my community had leukemia right within a mile of my house. So that, it's difficult to make that connection, but I don't know of any studies that have directly made that connection.
Where is the location of the toxic waste site that the PCB contaminated soils will be shipped to out of state?
There are a few licensed facilities around the country. There's one in Texas. The one that we've used, or GE has used and we've used, excuse me, in the past is in Detroit, Michigan. And that's probably the closest one Model City, New York has one. I'm not sure if it's full or not. At some point they were saying it's full, but they have lower levels. So they could send some to Model City as well in New York, which isn't that far away. That's where we used to send it when we were working in Pittsfield.
How will this project affect property values? I think there are 2 parts to that. How will the actual dredging process affect property values? And the other one is, how will the landfill affect property values? If you know.
I don't know. There's lots of contamination in the river right now. I don't know how that affects property values. But I can't really answer that question. I know EPA did a study a few years ago of Superfund sites, and there's been a lot of people that have argued when we come into a community, they don't want us there because it's going to be a stigma in the community, and generally we've found through our studies that when we do go in and do a cleanup, the property values go up, not down. And there's a short-term hit to the community because of the so-called Superfund stigma. But once you actually get it cleaned up, people quickly forget about that. So again, I can't really answer that question.
Well, you'll get a chance at the 3-minute mic. What if there is more contamination than will fit in the lane? I'm sorry. There's a supplemental answer.
Oh. I don't have the answer either, Janet. Excuse me. Let me finish, please.
You'll get your chance.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying I've done some checking. There are no statistics to back up that claim. Pittsfield had no problem. I can understand during the cleanup, yes, if you were coming to Lee to look at, to buy a new house, you'd say, oh my God, all this, construction's going on. I don't want to move there. But once it's cleaned up, your values will increase because the river is clean.
What if there is more contamination than will fit in the Lane Woods Pond site?
It would have to be shipped off-site once capacity is reached.
Yeah, as I understand it, there's a minimum 100,000.
There's 1.3 million cubic yards there.
For out of sight.
Out of state minimum. That could go a lot higher than that, but that's we were saying no matter what happens with the concentrations that we're looking at, it's a minimum of 100,000. But on site, it's 1.3 million. There's an anticipation that there could be 200 to 300,000 cubic yards of roadway material that we use, or GE uses, to build roads into the river and everything. Eventually that will all have to be pulled up. It may not be very contaminated, but it will have some contamination. So that's going to have to be disposed of. So of that 1.3 million cubic yards, 200,000 to 300,000 could be roadway and other material that we use during the construction.
There were some questions that came up last night, in particular regarding the truck traffic. How will it be determined what routes the trucks will follow in removing the toxic waste? And in addition, a question came up last night, can rail cars be used as a substitute for trucks?
I can speak to that. That was a discussion last night, and I know the board members sitting up here had a lot to say about that. I mean, that is something that will be directly related to the quality of life plans, and the EPA and GE have agreed to work with the towns to determine what the best routes are. They're going to minimize activities during holidays. They're going to minimize activities during specific town days, celebrations, things of that sort. And the intent really is to work with the towns to figure out what are the best ways to move around these towns to do the work that needs to be done. Again, the intent also is to use the hydraulic dredging to try to reduce that trucking as much as possible. I know the discussion of rail came up. I know we've got a rail line that pretty much parallels the majority of the river in this area. I know EPA has talked to GE on many occasions about possibly trying to use rail to move this stuff around. I think it's still a consideration. There's a lot of these plans that still have to be put together. EPA, I know in discussing with them over the last few months, and I know the committee members representing their towns are very sensitive to the trucking. So I think with the quality of life plans and the discussions that are going to be going on with GE and the towns, they're going to do the best to try to work with the towns to figure out what the best way to solve that is.
And if I might add, it's not just the towns that they'll be working with, it's residents as well. So people are going to have an opportunity to comment on these work plans as they come out and be able to help the towns and GE and EPA figure out what's best in the best interest of everybody in terms of traffic and transportation of PCBs.
Okay, I have a few more questions here, and they're too complicated to ask, and I'm going to ask people who submitted some of these questions that I have not used to please avail themselves of the opportunity to use the mic, the open mic. We're going to switch to the open mic right now, and there's a 3-minute rule. I will remind you that the 3 minutes is about to expire approximately 15 seconds before it expires.
So that's the first question. So
wait a minute. There are many people here who were in Lee last night. I would like to give people the opportunity to speak first who did not attend that meeting last night.
This is a really quick question.
So people...
Was the USGS consulted with regard to the water table height, given it's been rising for the last 40 years, and they've been visiting Lenox and Lee to actually observe that?
Yeah, that has been part of our discussions with GE in terms of how we determine. We still haven't determined what that groundwater level is yet, and it's going to, no matter what the level is we determine, it's going to be 15 feet above that, whatever the level is. So we haven't determined the exact height. We have estimates right now, And, you know, there are USGS wells and gauging stations around, and we expect to take a look at those and talk to them about it as well. So yes, we do. We are aware of it.
If I could also add, the committee, the committee is very specific. You were just about to hear from our hired consultant that we are paying for. We are very concerned about climate change. We're very aware of what seems to be going on pattern-wise, though I'm not sure there's been a pattern of the new climate established, but we are on that with our consultant, and we put a minimum of 15 feet in, but we're very sensitive to that. What's going on with the climate and how's that going to impact where the bottom of this landfill is.
Yeah. And really, what I wanted to add was, to Renee's point, was that was a very sensitive point for the group, for the committee. They held pretty strong that they wanted a minimum of 15 feet. The methods that will be used will look at existing wells that have been around for hundreds of years, well, maybe 100 years, and look at highs and lows. I know I'm also working with one of the professors up at UMass that's looking hard at what the effect of climate change is going to be on groundwater levels. So that work still has to be done, but I do want to emphasize that the committee was very intent on making sure that we had a strong 15-foot buffer and an estimate of high groundwater to be protective of the landfill.
Okay, sir, could you please state your name? Could all of you, when you speak, state your name and the town you live in?
My name is Timothy Gray. I live in Lee, and I am the Housatonic River Keeper. And I'm here representing a lot of people. Recently, we started working with my neighbors because we found out that our selectmen, without telling us in the town or never having a meeting on it, that we have a toxic dump coming into our community. I understand from realtors, I've talked to several of them now, tell me our property values are already probably plummeting. They want to make sure that people who have wells around this dump in Lee have to not use them anymore. And guess what? They've done a wonderful thing by getting GE to hook those people up to the town water supply. And the bottom line is people who have wells don't want to be hooked up to the water supply. They generally have wells because they want that kind of water, and they don't want to pay the town water bill. So you're putting these people in a very bad position. We already anecdotally know that in Lennoxdale there have been many, many cancers through the years, and now we're finding out in Lee that's the same thing. Now this blood study was created by HRI. Okay, we lobbied for this blood study. The Department of Public Health, who was very lame during this whole process, came out and did this blood study, okay? And they sample a lot of people for blood. And they come out in the paper with something that says blood levels along the Housatonic are low. And then we took it over to SUNY, and the most published scientist in PCBs in the world, his department at the School of Public Health over at SUNY, they reviewed this study, and they immediately said, they're using the wrong background data to compare it to. And if you use today's data, when the study was taking place, the blood levels are actually fairly high in Berkshire County. So a lot of this stuff that gets, told. I get a little bit of amusement because pretty much everything in this plan, not the dump, but all these other things you talk about that are in the plan, were already in the plan, way before you guys ever even got going. 5, 10 years ago at the meetings, these things were being formulated by the people at the CCC group. And we reviewed all these things, we got them into the agenda of putting them into this plan. And all you guys are sitting here taking credit for this, and it's kind of amusing because it's not true. It was all there before you guys got there. It was all laid out for you, and it's just funny to hear you take credit. I want to point out that...
You have 15 seconds.
Okay, October Mountain.
You have 3 more minutes. This gentleman will surrender his minutes to you.
Thank you.
No, you have 15 seconds. You have 15 seconds. You have 15 seconds. You have 15 seconds.
You know, I'll take your 3 more seconds. I'm very used to having you guys try to throw me out of meetings and try to do what you do.
There's a ground rule of 3 minutes per speaker.
Okay. Here, how about...
Here, how about Luke Prima, Great Barrington?
How about on the Hudson River?
How about on the Hudson River?
The project has failed.
The project has failed.
EPA didn't cut the mustard.
EPA didn't cut the mustard.
And they're going to be sued by Cuomo, who's talked about it last week on the radio.
And they're going to be sued by Cuomo. That's talked about it last week on the radio.
Dr. Carpenter at the School of Public Health over at...
Tim, just
Dr. Carpenter at the school...
Tim, just talk, please. Tim, tell us with the time. Tell us what you want us to do.
What we want you to do is not dump in our town, Brian.
What do you want us to do?
You know, we've had this argument with you for years and years.
What do you want us to do, Tim? Just
we
tell
don't
us.
believe, and you can't convince us that a 20-acre, 50-foot-high, toxic dump in our town is a good thing. You can't convince us, Brian. There's been too many cancers. There's all sorts of stuff going on in our neighborhoods. And you come in here and you say, you know, the settlement could be really good. Because, again, most of that settlement was created at the CCC. And you know it, Brian. It was created there, not with these people. These people got on board late. And, but when you put the dump in it, that's when HRI decided
We've been listening.
we're getting out of. You know, you got to let us talk, Brian.
You just said something. Let me just say I agree with you. I agree with you. A lot of what's in this settlement is things that you and I and a bunch of other people here have been talking about for years. We listened to you.
I understand that.
Isn't that a good thing?
I understand that. And I'm finishing up
And we
telling you,
just-
Brian, that when you put the dump in the settlement is when my organization voted unanimously to say we will not support this settlement because we don't believe you put any sort of PCB dumps. And I just want to finish with this too. This thing about 20 parts per million in the dump, 25 parts, it's migrated. It's very funny because you were telling us 25 about a month ago. Now all of a sudden I see 20 creep into the slides.
I said 20 to 25.
Yeah, 20 to 25. But the truth is that this dump can take up to 50. And you almost never say 50 parts per million about it because you don't want to go there because this dump actually has that. Now, again, the School of Public Health will tell you no PCB level is safe for humans. That's what they'll tell you. That's what the public health people, you're not public health people. That's what they tell you. Okay? And you know, the bottom line is you know, back in the liner of Allendale School, you brought us a piece of the liner 15 years ago. We went home that night and we Googled it up and found out that if the liner touches hazardous waste, the warranty was void. And then what happened was, we think, at least what we understand is you went ahead and used the liner anyway. Now we have the prospect of having a liner in our town. And our feeling is when will this fail? Because if you study dumps all across the country, the liners are failing. They're not working. There are EPA scientists, which we have their quotes, testifying to Congress, okay, about that PCB liners won't last and liners will fail. That's your own scientist saying that to you. So you have an internal disagreement, evidently, going on in EPA. And we just don't think liners, it's not going to last for us, Brian. You know, 40 years down, 50 years. Let's say 70 years, I'll be dead. But guess what? The liner might be failing. And my grandkids are going to wonder about what do we do? Because they put this dump here. And we've watched through the years, I have to say this, Brian, we've always supported you, okay? And we still do, okay? And we know you're the only game in town that can come in and actually order GE to do something. But through the years, EPA has made some really terrible errors. Terrible. Putting a dump next to an elementary school. That's one of them, right there. Okay? Pittsfield got $10 million, and then all of a sudden, all the testing stopped. We got to testing, what? It was about 273 homes in Pittsfield. Actually, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. We tested over 300 homes in the city of Pittsfield.
Over 500. But.
Over 500, okay. And how many were contaminated? Lots, right? Lots.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then if you just do your mind work and figure out if that meant, it was like over 250 homes out of those that got tested had to be excavated and cleaned up. And I always say is, what if we all tested all the homes in Pittsfield with that kind of record? It's going to be sky high how many homes we find.
Well, we were testing them for a reason.
Yeah, but the testing stopped, right, when you guys made a settlement.
GE dumped their waste
all of a sudden it stopped.
Into people's yards. And that was, the worst thing all of us have dealt with since we've been working.
And I'll end here. Is this thing about alternative technology, which we have been championing. We've held 3 or 4 conferences on alternative technology with companies from all over the country. None of you people were doing anything while this was going on. I've never seen any of you at any of these meetings, okay? I've never seen you at the CCC meetings, This was going on for 25 years now, the making of this settlement, and nobody from the politician area participated. Nobody.
So,
and I just want to leave this
to give you kudos, Tim. Becky mentioned, I think, already that part of the reason why we have this innovative technology is both we believe it and you guys have pushed it.
Yeah, but
consistently.
But Brian, let me just talk about your clause.
Consistently, you pushed to have that, so we did it. Put it in the agreement.
You promised us, Mindy Luber, your administrator in the year 2000, came out and promised us that you guys were going to study innovative technology, and you were going to do the same thing you're telling us now, Brian.
And we did.
And then, no, you didn't. You studied activated carbon, and you looked at thermal desorption and this and that. We never even had a discussion of this at the CCC. It was all done behind the scenes, and you never brought it to us. And we don't believe you really did it. Here it is. Where's the pilot project going on right now? It's not, because you people wouldn't do it. There was companies that came in and said, we'll come over and do a pilot test for free. For free. Mm-hmm. And we can clean 10 acres. Give us 10 acres, we'll clean it. And all you people, well, not you people, because you weren't even there, but all EPA and Mass DEP and other people basically just dismissed the idea, and those companies went away.
We actually didn't dismiss the idea. We asked those companies to give us their plans, give us their QA plans, so that we could, if they actually were successful, we could say, yeah, this is great. They wouldn't give it to us.
Oh, well, that's not when I talk to them.
That is what we're dealing
Brian,
with.
when I talk to them,
all these companies,
about
believe
this,
me, every day I get promised things from companies
that
that say they can work miracles with this stuff, and they're all out to make a buck.
Brian,
I wish you trusted them as much as you
how
trusted
many
them.
of them have you tested in Berkshire County? None.
We've worked with the people in Great Barrington. They wouldn't give us the information we needed.
In Vietnam, they just completed a thermal desorption project that was a success. It was a success. Now they have another company from Japan going to do the next airport in Vietnam. And they say they're going to use a newer technology because it works better than the technology that was giving them percentiles high 90s destruction, which worked on the Da Nang airport. Now they're going to a new airport.
The person who works for me was the project manager.
And Brian, you said a week ago that it was an uncovered, you said publicly here that it was an uncovered thermal desorption project, and it was. It was totally covered. We have pictures, Brian.
This has gotten out of control. What's
out of control? What's out of control is the towns didn't give us a vote. That's what's out of control. The towns did not give us a vote.
The selectmen would like to make a response to a point that you made 10 minutes ago. Go ahead.
Tim, thank you very much for all the work that HRI has done to bring these points out. Benno Friedman is Sheffield's representative. We are very well represented at the CCC. There's not a need for other people from our community to go there. And yes, I have been to at least one of your people who came in to present PCBs. That was about 2 or 3 years ago. Also, I want to just let everyone know, I know that you're not particularly going to like to hear this, but HRI and a number of other people through the CCC have brought up so many ideas. They were not in the permit. We, through this settlement agreement, have gotten all of these ideas into the permit. Now, let's talk about GE for just a moment. When we were approached by EPA, I think it was in November of 2018, did we want to try and find another way than litigation? Well, I'm going to step back for just a moment. We all know, because even those who have disagreed with EPA Region 1 and the people who have been up here, they have been more friends than enemies. They have helped us more to try to get something done. But I want to ask you to think about what has happened to EPA Washington since the Trump administration has come in. Scott Pruitt, who's now gone, but when he was the EPA administrator, put tremendous pressure on each of the EPA regions to get cleanups that had been inactive for, I believe it was 15 or more years, which this one qualifies for, get it straightened out. Now, you can interpret that any way you want, but I personally don't think that the EPA in Washington is anything other than the Environmental Protection Agency or the Environmental Unprotection Agency. So EPA in Region 1 was put under pressure to get this done with, as I have understood it, not from these folks, but by doing reading, with the threat that if they couldn't get something done, it would be done elsewhere. And we had several times during our mediation where we were, we always felt we were ahead of the game, being extremely responsive, moving things forward. We were put under pressure, not necessarily to stop asking for what we wanted, but we got to get this done. We've got to get this done. Well, that went from September to October, November, and in February we finally did. So while you have done an incredible job, I just want to ask you to think back to where we started this conversation tonight, and that is the appeal, and that is the remand on this issue that we're all talking about tonight that's in front of the EAB. I want to ask you to think again a little bit about if we were to win, we lose, in the sense that GE will appeal. They have a $100 million cap. What did we as 5 towns have? All right, that's their market cap. What's ours? So I just want
please
you
let her
to
finish. Please give her the courtesy of allowing her to finish.
The issue. Please think about the issue of if GE wins, where are we?
Okay, the next speaker. The next speaker.
Trevor Forbes, Housatonic. Yes, I do actually believe that GE is just one, incidentally. I've got a number of observations, and particularly one of the factors I'd like to congratulate our elected officials that we see in front of us here is basically giving the tourism industry in our area, that our area depends on so much, with another slogan. Come to the Berkshires, the only place in Massachusetts, according to the EPA, with a toxic waste dump that can take PCBs. What a great advert for our community. Incidentally, with the price that you've agreed with GE, you've actually put a cost on every single life in this area of $75,000. That is how much you value your electors, and I'm sure the electors will remember that in the upcoming elections when you come up for election. But I have some questions also for the EPA. One of those questions is, because you've ignored it today, again, as you ignored it yesterday, is I would like to know how the cap for this particular facility differs from the cap that you placed on the toxic waste dump those years ago in Warren County in North Carolina, because it was the cap that failed when you had flooding, and that's what actually caused the pollution.
So let me answer the first statement that you said that was wrong, is that you said that there are no toxic
That's what
waste
you said
dumps
last night, actually. You said there was no other dump that was available.
No, I didn't say that. I
this.
never said that. And I answered every question last night.
No, you stated that last night,
No, I
Brian.
didn't. I
You
did
did.
not.
I was there at the meeting. You actually
So
stated
let me just tell you,
the reason you have it
there are
here.
dozens of PCB landfills, most of them frankly not lined, in Massachusetts with the same levels of PCBs.
But the only one that can take the toxic waste that you're looking at here
no, that's not
is
true.
the one in Lee. That's
No.
what you said last night.
No, I didn't.
Well, there are plenty of
I'm
people
telling
here,
you right
and
now.
a lot of people here
there are
will back me up
dozens-
with that.
There are dozens of landfills in Massachusetts
Then why
that
not
have the
use
same
them?
level of PCBs.
So why not
in them.
use them?
Why what?
Why don't you use them?
Because they're at other sites. They're related to other sites. We only take the material from the site that we're working on, similar to here.
But you said last night there was no other toxic waste facility within...
There are no commercial toxic. This is not a commercial facility either. There are no commercial facilities in Massachusetts.
Well, let me
That's
ask
true.
you another question. We've found out that the half-life of a PCB is 400 years. What is the half-life of the plastic that you use in the liner?
It's going to be longer than that, but
Well, how much longer?
let me answer the Warren County thing first, all right? So what happened in Warren County was 50 years ago, okay, when they built that landfill. State-of-the-art landfill 50 years ago,
This
okay?
is a state-of-the-art landfill as well, right?
Right,
Good.
50 years ago. So
Just
when
wanted
they were
to
building
make
that
sure
landfill,
that we had that,
this
correct.
is my understanding of it, and that was the beginning of the environmental justice movement back then. They were oiling the roads with PCB oils, right, with the PCB contaminated waste oils to keep the dust down. So they eventually put them all in this landfill. As they were building the landfill, there was some kind of a hurricane or storm, filled it up with water with the sediments and with the dirt that was in there. It created a problem that they've dealt with from that they couldn't deal with from the very beginning of that project. So there was water filled up. It was like a bathtub in this landfill. Okay, so they tried to deal with it. They tried to pump water out for years, and eventually they just got rid of the landfill itself. This is, again, started 50 years ago. I think they got rid of it all 30 years ago.
Okay, so
it's not.
So you're saying it's different
The
this
cap,
time.
I don't know if you're talking about the cap or the liner. I don't think either one of them failed in that case, but
It was the cap that failed.
well, the cap didn't. There was no cap on it. They were building the landfill, and the water got in it while they were building it. So it got into the air in people's houses?
It's all on Google.
We know the engineer that went and measured it because he's the guy that dug a hole in the middle of the Housatonic in Pittsfield when you guys told us it doesn't migrate to the other side.
So just to,
He dug a hole in the middle of the river, our engineer, and proved that the PCBs were moved in the river. And then we asked you to put a well down on the other side of the river where you said there was no PCBs. And then a month later, you came back with a report that says, what did it say?
was somewhere between 300, 400,000 parts per million.
Correct? What?
Yeah, very correct.
Yeah, I mean, we're proud of the work we did in Pittsfield, Tim. We're proud of the work we did. We're proud of the community work we did there. It was all good work. We found all these problems.
So it wasn't
We never
successful.
refused to test anything. We always had to push GE to do testing. We never thought, oh, we shouldn't test.
So you're putting GE as the, basically the person who's actually going to be the watchdog over the monitoring of this particular facility. Isn't this rather like allowing Boeing to self-certify the 737 MAX or putting the fox in the hen house?
We're
It's
overseeing
extraordinary.
it, but, you know, it's...
Let me ask you one final question before I sit down, and that is, you say that there's a 150 million surety bond that you've got with GE. Where do you think you stand in relation to creditors if GE go bust? Are you at the top of the list, or are we right at the bottom of the
For the
list?
$150 million, that's ours. There is that. That's not part of a bankruptcy. That's already in an account. Okay? Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that. This is the biggest one we have in the country for a surety bond. But in terms of creditors, in addition to the $150 million, we feel like we would be, because of our consent decree, we would be in the top, you know, in the top of the line, and we would fight for that. We do have experience with that at other W.R. Grace and other big companies that have gone bankrupt while we were working with them. So we feel like we will do well in court on that.
I don't doubt.
None of us, we're all
that-
hoping GE doesn't go bankrupt,
I
right?
don't, well, we all hope that, but I don't doubt.
They're still a really big company. They
that
can handle this,
these
hopefully.
pollutants need to come out of Housatonic River. I just think that they should be taken out of state into a secure environment, not a few feet above the river, and if it leaches, it goes back into the river. That is a disaster waiting to happen.
We're sending the high-level waste off. The lower-level soils and sediments will stay here.
But there's
You're
no
sending them
difference.
to-
There's
you're
no
sending
difference
them-
between low level and high level.
You-
PCBs are dangerous and toxic no matter what level.
There is a difference,
Denise Forbes, Housatonic.
but we're sending them to someone else's community, too, by the way. This is not going to nowhere.
Yes, we know that, but a place far, far away where a lot of people don't live, hopefully?
Detroit, yeah.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. But
No, it's
somewhere
no,
in
it is-
Wyoming or
It is
Grand
Detroit.
Canyon.
No, it's not. It's Detroit. Michigan.
Okay. Well, I'm sure they paid them a hefty amount.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to say, I heard the presentation. My conclusion is GE polluted the Housatonic River. People around the river have had PCBs in their homes. People have been diagnosed with cancer. I'm one of them. I have cancer. Who's going to pay for me to get help or do anything? What price do you put on human life? Why did you roll over and allow GE to get away with virtually murder? PCBs are dangerous at every level. Stop trying to sugarcoat the amount. Even at 25 parts per million, they're still toxic. Would any one of you want to live next to one of these sites? I'm sure the answer is no, not in my backyard. Ship these out of state, wherever you want, I don't care, but I'm really concerned about the Berkshires. And now that you mentioned there's other dump sites locally, I'm sure that's where I got my cancer, because I live in Housatonic, and for the last 10 years, I've been breathing in over by the Monument Mountain. The Housatonic River is very close to where I live. I'm sure that's one of my causes. And I can't prove it, but I could go get, I don't know, I'm getting a study done to find out all about the people living in this community to see what kind of cancers there are and how many are affected. Anyway,
Hold on a second.
no one should be...
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Could I just answer one part of your question,
Sure.
or make a comment to one part of your question? My name is Ed Lane. I'm a Board of Selectmen in Lenox, and we voted after the process. We did our due diligence, studied it, and took the best advice of the people we did, and we voted for this. But I do want to say this, other than being just a selectman in Lenox, I live in Lennoxdale. I live within 2,000 feet of where this landfill is going to be made or built, all right? I'm not real happy about it, but one thing I can tell you, I'm not afraid of it. It's going to be a high-tech, low-concentration landfill, And I'm just saying, I'm not saying this so you're going to cheer me when I say this, but at least I do have some skin in the game on this whole thing. You got to give me credit for that. And I'm not afraid of this landfill. Thank you.
Okay, well, you're very brave, and I congratulate you, and I hope that you don't come down with cancer like I did, because living near PCBs is toxic to everyone's health, and that's all I want to say. And yes, and I've got very small children, and I'm very concerned about them.
Hold on, I would like to say something about that. 'Cause I also live about 1,000 feet from the river. You don't live near a landfill now. The cancer didn't come from a landfill. There's an open river with PCBs. I've also got experience with cancer in my family. This is uncontained PCBs all over the place. That's not what we're talking about. I am furious at GE for polluting the river. I'm furious at GE that I've had to live and raise 2 children alone for the last 14 years near this river. It's terrible. It's terrible that we live in a system where we can't force them to clean it up, but we can't. That wasn't the option. We got overturned on that. What we're trying to do is what we can do. I share your frustration that every one of these solutions we think might work, there's an obstacle to it. Often the obstacle is legal. This isn't about a majority rule. It's not a democratic process, it's a judicial process where we don't get to say what goes.
We have constitutional rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
We're dealing with a judicial system with Trump-appointed judges, and all we can do is all we can do. And again, I understand, I am furious.
Trump didn't pollute the river. GE polluted.
GE polluted the river. I am furious at GE. I wish we could force GE to do something. Excuse me? If we get the PCBs out of the river, I don't live near where they can do it. If we put the PCBs out of the river, they go into a safer place.
I'm Jim Castagnaro.
Please identify yourself and
I just did. Right now. I'm Jim Castagnaro. I live on 111 Woodland Road in Lee, Mass. I'm a District 1 rep for the town of Lee. I've been a rep for 33 years, and I've never seen such a disaster in my whole life. That toxic waste dump up there looks really pretty up there on the screen. It's 1,500 feet from Woods Pond. It's 1,500 feet from the river. It's 1,600 feet from my property, okay? And when the EPA and politicians tell you it's safe, we're going to monitor it. If the air quality, what are you going to do? You're going to drive down my house and throw gas masks at my kids and my dog? My dog going to have a gas mask for the PCBs in the air when you start turning that cesspool up there at Woods Pond? I mean, let me put it to you simple this way. When you were a kid, went over to Jones's house, you went in their backyard, gee, it kind of smells funny back here. Maybe I might be having sewer problems. So here comes the sewer guy. You take the cover off. Smells not that bad yet. As soon as he sticks that hose in there and starts sucking it out, the whole neighborhood knows that the Jones got a sewer problem, right? This is going to be the same thing. If anybody remembers the 60s and 70s, when you drove by GE when we were kids, we used to have to hold our nose to go through Pittsfield. That's how bad it is. And you're going to stir all that stuff up there. And you're going to get in the air. You can't control the air you breathe. You can monitor it. Last time I heard that, there's a Kimberly-Clark toxic dump in my backyard right now leaking for the last 20 years. And EPA told me, well, it might cost too much money to look at it and fix it. We don't want, it might be too many problems. But I guess they felt guilty because I got a call today and they're coming up next Friday to look at it. So I'm telling you, you're not putting this dump in our neighborhood. I've talked to just about everybody in the neighborhood. District 1, known as North Lee, you guys forgot all about us since I've been living there for 57 years. You guys forgot all about us. And now you're trying to kill us. You're trying to kill my family. My oldest daughter is going to have babies here in a couple of years. I'm going to have some grandkids finally, and I'm going to take care of them in my house and my property. What are they going to do now? She was going to move back to Lee in a couple of years. She was going to buy a house in Lee. I don't know what she's going to do now. You guys are ruining my life. You're ruining my neighbor's life. You're ruining the town's life. And everybody should stick together. I'm surprised this place ain't packed. More people need to get involved. Just because it isn't in your backyard, someday it might be in your backyard. I would not do it to any of you people. Even if I didn't like you, I wouldn't do it to you. But you're doing it. Do any of you have an engineering degree at that table right there? No. No, you don't. And I want to say, I apologize to Smiggy Pinatelli today. I didn't mean to call him out at the meeting last night. I was going to call everybody out who was at that meeting Monday up there at the train station when you guys were all patting yourselves on the back. What a great job this was. I sat there and all I saw was, these guys are going to ruin my life, my property, my family, my health. That's what you guys are doing. You guys don't understand that? Take the $500 million from GE, put it in the bank. 5 years, you'll have $1 billion. In 5 years, you might have a simple solution of tanker trucks going up the Woods Pond, dumping chemical in there, and bang, clean. Could cost you $10 million, and the towns could have billions of dollars to spend on all your new roads and bridges and everything like that. Don't put my life in jeopardy because you see some dollars. This is a dirty deal.
My name is Reed Anderson. I'm a part of HRI. I joined it 2 years ago, and I'm on the CCC. I go to all the meetings, as many as I can. I live along the Housatonic River, right along Park Street, also known as 183. And I have 2 kids that go to school at the Berkshire Montessori School, which is very close to where this dump is going to be. And that entire school is concerned about what's going on. And they come to me and they say, well, how are the children at the Montessori school going to be monitored? How is the health and safety, long-term health and safety of our children going to be monitored in this new deal? I say, I don't really know. And I didn't see anything in this nice presentation about that. I have 2 kids there. They'll be out of the school probably by the time any of the PCBs get loading in there. But being a human, I'm not just concerned for my own offspring. I'm concerned for all of the future offspring. And that means all of your grandkids, great-grandkids, and who's going to be monitoring their health and well-being. I would also like to know if there is a possibility of public accessible cameras for the dump itself as it's being made, as it's being laid out, and the dredging being done, that anybody in the public could go on to the dredge cam and take a look. Oh, what's going on? Does that look good? Are they keeping up with their promise? Because we'd like to know, because I know if I walk up to the site and I say, hey, I want to see the lining and the way you're doing it, A, I'm not an engineer, neither are any of you, but B, they're not going to let me in. So I don't have a hazmat suit either. So I'd like to know about that. And then finally, what's going on with the property in Housatonic, and what kind of public input is going to be allowed, you know, with that land that is now the former possible dump in Housatonic? Is the public going to be allowed to have some input into what happens with that property? Did GE just hand it back to the town? I got a lot of questions. No dump.
I like the dredge cam idea.
That's cool.
I don't know how we could make it work, but that is something that
technology
is there now to do that kind of thing.
Yes,
So
totally it is.
In terms of the rising pond, I think the Great Barrington folks have to.
Go ahead.
The rising pond will have some dredging.
Yeah.
Less capping than under the permit, so that's good. But there will be dredging, so GE will have to access the pond.
Yep.
Part of developing the scope of work for how that dredging happens, that's public. We need to watch how that scope of work is developed and how GE is going to get in there and dredge it. And when they pull out, when they're done dredging it, how are they going to leave that land for us? That's going to be important for us to watch. We can't have them just totally trash it and then give it to us.
What are the standards that you are creating now that you can write in your bylaws to hold GE accountable?
We need to talk about that. That's something that we need to have an ongoing dialogue about.
Give me a call.
In terms of the Montessori school thing?
Yeah.
What is it, a few miles away, 2 miles away?
It's about quarter mile away. It's just up the road from Lane Construction.
Yeah, there are...
3/4 of a mile? Half mile?
As most of you know, and as this gentleman mentioned, there are, 3 other existing landfills probably closer to the Montessori school than this particular spot, which they do have PCBs in them actually, and likely higher levels of contaminants than we're talking about here. And likely higher levels of contamination than we're talking about here. And we need to, and that's not diminishing it, we need to deal with all these things.
Right.
Like he talked to me last night about the paper company landfill there, and EPA is not overseeing that. We hadn't been, but I'm glad someone got back to you from Massachusetts to deal with that, because these are all issues. This isn't the only issue, environmental issue. This isn't the only place where there's potential for exposure. I talked a lot about the river too last night, but there are so many environmental issues we're dealing with. There are literally three landfills that are closer to that Montessori school than what we're talking about. And that doesn't make it good, it makes it bad.
Well,
we're just dealing with
maybe that's a bad place for a dump.
with industry and our own homes making trash, and it's not just trash. This, as you know, especially a long time ago, we put a lot of stuff in the landfills. So, I agree with you.
That would be 4 wrong, so if there's 3 dumps and this is the 4th. All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sage Radachowski. I live in the Dale. I have too many things I want to say, and I'll try to keep it to my 3 minutes. This whole process does not feel good to me. It does not feel right or democratic. I'm not putting the blame on any particular one of you, but I'm saying it does not feel like a good process to me. I want to say also that with the gentleman from Lee, we should be in solidarity. All towns should be in solidarity and not have a lesser turnout here because the dump is not here. If you were at the Lee meeting last night, you would have seen a full house of angry people yelling and crying and pissed off. And we should be feeling their pain. And I live in the Dale. I'm near the dump site. But, it should not be a not in my backyard situation. Other thing I want to say is that I want to ask the board, this is going to be my question. I want to ask the people who were involved in the discussion, in the closed-door mediation, how much did you talk about actually destroying the PCBs versus dumping? And if not much, then why not much? Is it a matter of only cost? Because you said PCBs are forever, but in fact they can be destroyed. They're not radioactive, by the way. They don't have a fixed half-life. The degradation rate depends on the conditions. A molecule could last forever, feasibly. So that's one point. So I'm going to ask you, what was the discussion about actually destroying the PCBs, as I think we should do? Because we shouldn't ship them to Detroit. We shouldn't put them in Lee, Housatonic. We should be able to destroy them because this is also a worldwide problem. As you said, Brian Olson, and the EPA is supposedly working on this as a technology, but I haven't seen much. I haven't seen it happen. I haven't seen it happen here for sure. And this should have been in the works 15 years ago, trying out this, trying out that. I just sent you an email before I came here, by the way, Brian. Last night I asked you about, I said that PCBs can be destroyed by heat and quicklime in a closed environment, and that's actually in nitrogen. You didn't know about that. I sent you the link to the scientific paper from 2005. I also sent you a link to the company called Cascade Environmental, which is affiliated with TerraTherm, who I believe did the thing in Vietnam. And I think you told me on February 10th that you did go to Vietnam at some point to see that.
I didn't. Someone that works for me was the project
you told me
manager.
that it was an open system in some sense of the word, instead of being a closed system, which I believe it was. Rather closed, I mean, maybe minute amounts escape, but it was not like openly boiling off PCBs to the atmosphere.
They put a piece of plastic over the top of it. That's how they closed
So
it.
it was like a capped collection system of some sort. I just feel like, and you also told me that day you did, what Tim said before, you did tell me that these thermal technologies basically emit too much, and it's essentially like burning the PCBs. And I just feel like every time I get answers from you, it's either it's incorrect or it's a little bit bent, and it's always towards away from destroying the actual PCBs. And I feel like we don't have an advocate so much towards that. That's what I want to have happen, is to at least try to destroy the PCBs, even if it costs twice as much. It might only cost less than shipping everything to Detroit. And we need to be able to destroy these things. And I don't see us doing it. I have a million other things I want to say, but I want to get the feedback from the group who was in the discussion about how much did you discuss that, and if not much, why not?
I'll try to answer that. As we mediated and went along, and each committee member would come up with questions, just like you're all doing now. What about this? What about that? And that was one of the main topics for probably 4 to 5 meetings. And as far as we are aware, there is no other way at this point in time. That's 100%. So we said, well, would GE commit to studying alternative methods? EPA said, yeah, let's write it in. And we did. And they both committed to looking at any future alternatives that come out and putting up some money for the research. Brian?
We didn't hear a dollar amount from GE. Brian said that it was from the EPA.
Yeah,
and
that was just a bit of a misstatement. This has always been one of our major topics that we have brought up and discussed extensively. It is EPA, as Brian explained earlier, because this is a nationwide problem. It's actually a worldwide problem, but they just have to worry about our country. So we have discussed it extensively. We have been told that on the scale of what we're talking about, that there isn't a solution. As someone pointed
told by
out,
whom?
hello, as somebody pointed out, we're not engineers. We have discussed this with our hired technical and engineering firm, but that has been put into the agreement. Now, I know that shifts it back to EPA, where I've heard a number of points tonight. But yes, this was discussed extensively, and we have it in the agreement. And we ended up doing what we thought was the best thing to do, because we don't know how to go out and do that. And I'm sure that HRI is going to be in touch with EPA, but they've said they're going to do it, and they're going to study it, and that is it. But it has been discussed extensively. It's not been put under the rug.
Okay, I just don't feel like it has any teeth, and it's not going to happen. It's going to be a dump in perpetuity, as you've been saying for so long.
Hello, my name is Elaine and Caligari, and I live in Lenox. Last night I talked a lot about the reasons why I didn't think the dump would work, and I appreciated your presentations this evening because you addressed a lot of the issues that I had brought up. I just want to review some of them. I've been researching dump sites. As you say, a lot of the dump sites are in people's backyards. And this is a different kind of dump site. This is the dump site where it's taking the sludge and the sediment versus the old electrical equipment and transformers and stuff. So I'm finding a lot of the issues that I brought up last night are consistent issues. That's why I do want to have a list of every PCB landfill, and especially upland landfills, because once we research them and the community gets the information, they're going to realize why this is such a bad idea. So erosion.
We can post a list on our
Yes, we really
website.
need that list. And what I really want from that list is their monitoring and their maintenance, because that's really where I'm finding over and over again on the internet is once these landfills are completed, so-called completed, they're failing within 5 years or 10 years, and they're having issues. While they're being built, when they're not covered, we have the rain going through the sediment, and what comes out the other end is the leachate, and it's like almost like a super toxin, and it's getting into the groundwater.
Just to be clear, it's not the leachate that's would come out of this is the same water that's in the bottom of the sediment. So it's not super toxic leachate. It's not like, on some of these chemical waste landfills, there's drums of material in there, drums of liquids, and eventually those leak out and become the leachate. That's not what we have here. As I said, every truckload has about a coffee cup full of PCBs, so we're not talking about the same. The leachate is just very low, lightly contaminated water.
Okay.
So it is different. It's not to say that there's nothing in it. There is. But it is a little different.
Yeah, what you're saying to me that it's not very much, is what I'm reading is it's contaminating groundwater. So there's contaminating groundwater, and that's what I said last night, is I was a public environmental educator out on the West Coast, and I worked for the city of Olympia to deal with erosion and for people not to be dumping on their properties. So what's coming out of this landfill is not just going to be just the PCB, it's going to be everything that was put in there. And when it goes into the groundwater, you can't take it out. And what happens to these dump sites, that the issues is the leachate, is the rain. We've talked about I'm glad you're talking about it again, climate change, extreme weather, and the amount of leachate that is going to be created is going to be a lot, and there's let me just get to the one part where it says that landfill leaching is a major factor in groundwater pollution. This is off the Kalamazoo. They call it Mount PCB. And you know about it, right? They're fighting the EPA right now. They have what we will have in Lee, which is a mountain of PCBs. The whole thing is sliding into their creek. It's going past their containment wall. I haven't even seen a containment wall here. Everything depends on groundwater extraction and treatment system functioning continuously without hiccups, breakdowns, failures, weathers, or acts of God. Nature trumps the best state-of-the-art landfill designs. We need only look to history and to the many current extreme weather events to find PCB landfill sites that are currently polluting to the groundwater and the nearest river or lake, because like they say, they put these PCB landfills right next to these spots. A simple Google search and will show you, and Kalamazoo, you could look at that one. It's called Mount PCB. The leachate, it's not when the leachate will, if the leachate, it's when the leachate is collected or not collected or not collected or monitored. And so I really want to talk about the biochemistry of that leachate. I think isn't really going to be very simple. I think we're going to need science and the numbers around that. And then we're also talking, there's also something that the town of Lee really should think about too, is when the leachate percolates through and makes its way through the filter or around the filter, especially with the rain, and as they're shipping this leachate out in their spills, and the plume goes into the ground, it actually goes around water mains, and the water mains and piping into your town. Probably, unfortunately, I'm sorry to tell people in Great Barrington, what's happening right now with the laundromat If your house is nearby, the pipe goes through, there's little cracks and fissures in your pipes, so those chemicals go in. So you could test people's groundwater and you can find their tap coming out. You find that that plume has affected. These are lots of reasons why this PCB landfill is not going to be good. I know that a lot of people in Great Barrington think like, well, it's not really going to affect me, but it is going to affect them because that landfill will be left on our children. They will be dealing with the repair. In the Kalamazoo one, they have, they're working with the EPA, and they have like, oh, well, we'll give you $56 million to fix it. $366 million to deal with their Mount PCB. Think about that. We're talking about $150 million that are put on the side. It's going to cost them $366 million to fix what's happening. This mountain that's sliding down the hill into that creek. I guess that's all I really wanted to say is that I'm against the landfill. I really want a clean river, and I know this is just really heartbreaking for everyone here, but I'm really looking at the numbers, and you said we would be able to meet with you and sit down because I really think it's important to continue this conversation. I just want everyone to have a visual. 100,000 cubic yards will be shipped out. That's the size of one football field, 10 feet deep. 1 million cubic yards will be put on the Lee site. That's 5 football fields, goal to goal, 150 feet high. That's a lot of stuff to put there.
It's 20 feet high, right? Do the math. I'm a math nerd. Sorry. It's right because it's 10 times 90% on-site, 10% off-site at a minimum. So it's 10 times more. So if you have 5 football fields, it's 20 feet.
Sorry, I got that off the internet. If I was wrong, sorry about that. I
It doesn't sound that great still, but it's not 150 feet high at least.
Right. I just want to say in closing that I don't believe that the Lee landfill is a good idea, and I think that we can back that up with science, and I think once we get some independent engineers in here to really look at the list of all the other landfills and all the other issues, I think that maybe these people here will put the vote to the people and that we will vote against it. Do I know what the answer is to clean up the river? No, but I don't think the landfill in Lee or anywhere in Berkshire County is a viable option.
Can I just again say I don't disagree with most of what you said. I just want to make clear though that the leachate that we're talking about is the water that's at the bottom of the river right now. There is no different material that's going to be created. It is that. It's the sediment that's sitting in the river right now, and the water that we pull out when we take it out is the leachate. So that's what it is. It's nothing that's new that's created.
All right.
It
My
doesn't
name is
concentrate.
Fiora.
No, it doesn't.
My name is
go ahead,
Fiora
go ahead.
Caligiuri Randall. I'm from Lenox. I have a comment about what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is the water that is currently in our river. However, it will be concentrated, all the PCBs, from our entire county, the entire stretch of the river. And therefore, the concentration, once you put it all together, will be higher and will be probably equivalent to the high toxic waste that they're going to be shipping out by the time it all collects and leaches out. That wasn't the point of what I was going to say. I'm mostly concerned about the conflict of interest in General Electric being the ones to test and monitor this site. They have a history of being dishonest, and they really don't care about how much they poison our community. They have shown us that very clearly in the past. And I am calling for independent testing. This is for your town. This is for the town representatives. I do not hate you like several people here do. I understand your job is very hard and you have been put in a tremendous amount of pressure and it's very scary for you. However, it is your job that you signed up for and ran for office to protect us from consequences of any decisions that you make. I'm calling that the money that is given to you throughout this payout deal is put together from all the towns into a trust as a relief fund for any victims of this landfill down the road. If, say, for instance, 10, 20, 50, 100 years, this landfill begins to leak and that adversely affects the property values or the health of the citizens, this money should be used for independent testing. It should be used to pay for medical bills. It should be used for relocation. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's not all I have to say. I would like to go down the line, and I would like to get a commitment or a comment from each of the select people on what I just said. How do you feel about that? And can you make a commitment to protect us from your decision?
Sure.
I just might
Start
be able to,
at the bottom of the line.
I just might be able to save some time. We don't decide where the money goes. The voters at town meeting decide. So it'll be the same for everybody here. How the money is spent is decided at town meeting, and that definitely could be one way it's done. But that's so.
Can we get this put on the ballot?
How to spend the money?
Yeah, to spend the money to put into a relief fund.
That's not a ballot. It's done at town meeting, but it will, and it will be.
All right, I'll be there.
Every dime that any town spends, that's how it's spent.
Okay.
You all agree?
Hi, I'm Bill Matthews from Lee, and I probably should have worn a disguise because this is the fourth time I've shown up at a meeting this week. You know, one of the things that I have a new theory about the case here, and I have to warn you, it's a conspiracy theory where the conspirator really is GE. And I'm not really a sociologist or anything like that, but looking at these meetings gives me a certain feeling. And the feeling I get is this, that if the dump were not in this project, in this proposal, we'd all be cheering. Everybody would be behind it. Look, we're cleaning up Canoe Meadows, glorious. The pond right in Lenox. Okay, the pond gets cleared up. Everything practically all the way down to Sheffield is going to be improved. We really would cheer. And so the conspiracy theory that I have is that, is it possible that GE foresaw exactly what's happening here? That they said, let's make sure that this proposal has enough weird twists to it, that we object at enough points that it's not going to be acceptable. Anyway, if you can disabuse me of that there's some malevolent person at GE, some lawyer sitting away somewhere. I'm not a fan of conspiracy theories. I don't believe our democratic server is in Ukraine. Anyway, I just leave you with that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Cornelia Kalisher, Lee citizen. I came to last night's meeting. I'm sorry I came late tonight. I had to work. I just wanted to say that I appreciated everything last night. You can't hear me? Okay. Cornelia Kalisher, citizen of Lee, and I spoke last night, and I'm sorry I came late tonight. I had to work. But I had a few things today that I want to say different than last night. Last night I asked about Tim Gray and want to hear his perspective because he's worked so hard over the years on this. And tonight I want to say that I want to hear, I called Housatonic Valley Association this morning because I hadn't heard from them last night. And, you know, they're stewards of the river. And I do really I wish we had another meeting just to hear the other perspectives on this so that I just could form my own opinion, hearing both sides of things. Not that HVA has, I don't know their stance yet. I've heard a little bit. but some questions in terms of education around capping came up for me in terms of learning about more. As I said last night, shame on me for not knowing more since I haven't attended a lot of meetings, but I am involved now and am very interested since it will affect my community. One of the things that I want to point out is, in talking to you last night, is finding out that maybe the PCBs won't be that toxic in the landfill, perhaps, but that the impact of the trucks, as I've understood, there's many, many, many trucks carrying the toxins, and the noise of the trucks on our roads, the impact. I think I heard, and correct me, please, I might be completely wrong. Did I hear 55,000 trucks? Is that wrong?
There was 55,000 that were eliminated by the hydraulic dredging, so there's, you know, another 55,000 or more trucks that would be. I mean, the whole, we talked about the rail too, and maybe trying to use rail or other. We have to figure out a way to reduce those impacts. I think. I still think that's a big issue that we have to deal with.
So for me, it's not just the dump site. It will be the impact on the community in many, many, many ways that we really, really have to think about. And I talked to a woman sitting last night who was very, very knowledgeable since she lives in Pittsfield and had gone through this. And she said originally it was 3 years part of the project, and it turned out to be 11 years. This is projected to be 15 years. And so if you take that, how many years will it really be, the impact of all this? And in terms of the impact of hearing the dredging, hearing the trucks, hearing, just feeling this for that long, 15 plus perhaps, is what's concerning me even more so. So I was also wondering if HVA, they said they would come tonight, and I would like to hear from them as I asked for Tim to speak last night. I don't know if anybody is here still. They spoke? Okay. So thank you very much. That's what I wanted to add.
HVA didn't speak, I don't think, did they?
Cornelia?
Yes, who's speaking?
Cornelia, Pat here.
Hey, Pat.
I just wanted to say, I'm going to try to address that somewhat, and I have to admit, I had a hard time hearing you, so I may have missed half of your question. But as far as the impact on the roads and the work that goes on, that will be part of that quality of life plan that GE is going to put forward and have discussions with EPA as well as this committee if needed. We don't really know the true impact until we get those work plans done and the quality of life plan. And there'll be a period of time for public input on those as they become available.
True, and I'll be involved and other people will be involved, but it's a huge, huge impact, and that's what I want to say.
Yeah, I would just like to say one thing about this 13 to 15 year period. The 13 to 15 years that was projected, if you will, a couple of years ago, describes the entire project from Pittsfield down through Housatonic, down through Rising Pond. It is not 15 years all in Lenox or all in Lee. There are discrete projects, if you will, that will take a period of time. That's not to minimize the impact in any way of the transportation of this material. And I'm not minimizing that, but I want people to understand that we're not talking about, 15 years of construction in one particular location. We spent a lot of time discussing the means by which our communities will have participation in the choice of routes, the hours, and the impacts on infrastructure and the lives of our communities. And that's written into the settlement agreement. Every one of us is a neighbor. I will be getting personally truck traffic from Rising Pond. I know that. And it is of concern to me where that is going to go and how that's going to impact me at a very, just at a very personal level. And I think that's true for everyone on the rest of the River Committee, and I suspect for most of the Select Board members who are here as well. So there's going to be multiple opportunities for comment as these work plans are developed.
Can I ask one other question? How long in one area is it projected, let's say at one of the mills, to be the work at one mill where the sediment is higher?
In terms of the actual construction work, like taking out the dam and all that,
Yep.
I would say maybe a year, maybe 2 construction seasons though, just guessing. Rising Pond is, obviously the dam's not coming down, but that's a bigger project probably. That may take a couple of construction seasons at least, but that's what we're talking about in one area. But again, we still have to deal with, if everything's coming back to one location, or a percentage of it is coming back to one location, we have to deal with that. I mean, my view, not all the trucks should be taking the same route for that whole time. We should figure out different ways. Like, you can come into that site through the back of Woods Pond too. So we have to look at things like that. There are other roads, and we can build roads. But it's significant impact. I'm not minimizing that at all.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maya Conti. I'm a resident of Housatonic, and I'm going to paraphrase and slightly embellish on what I said last night at the meeting in Lee. That meeting was a little bit different. It was feistier because everybody had real skin in the game. And I encourage the community of Great Barrington and Housatonic, the many residents who are not here who might be feeling a little reprieve because suddenly we don't have hell happening in our backyard, to actually be as committed to this entire region, the safety and the human welfare of our entire region, and all the 5 townships too. But that's something that we'll rally and get gathered on. So what I'd like to do is just kind of consolidate and make something that seems very complicated, kind of break it down to the simplicity. Last night it was very evident that this agreement that you all have decided to agree to is like the lesser of 2 evils. It's like there's total hell and then there's a little bit of hell underneath of it, and that none of you were really actually very comfortable with it or very happy and probably not sleeping very well at night. But it seemed to be the best that you could do given the intimidation and fear tactics of GE. And it seemed to be that fear and intimidation about the worst case scenario is what's driving this agreement. And as I said, hey y'all, we are American revolutionaries. You can use your constituents to have some support and feel some power. If I understand correctly, the town of Great Barrington is infamous for having started the Revolutionary War by chasing its magistrates out of the town when we decided that taxation without representation wasn't a go. So I think that here we can see that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is certainly being compromised, and this is a good invocation for our revolutionary spirit. And in that case, sometimes when revolutionaries need to handle issues of intimidation, bullying, and scare tactics from large entities elsewhere, they get to go rogue, because that's the way you got to do that. So I say we don't be scared, and we proceed with the intention that we go with a win-win-win. And so in this case, I'd say for us as these residents and constituents in our select board, that one of the things that needs to happen is that the people really want to vote on this. And so that vote is kind of coming up to the May warrant, and we understand that certain deadlines are being missed. And so it would behoove us to have your support, each one of you in the different towns, to support the constituents that will be coming to you to figure out how do we get this onto the warrant so that people can vote, and that will have us feel feel that you're in good regard, that we're in good relations. Because right now it feels a little like, whoa, are they selling us out? What's going on? We can resolve that by you supporting the people to have a vote. Of course, this vote is probably going to be a no vote, which is a good way to deal with bullying. You say no, you don't consent, you don't give a little bit, because then the bullying just is not the way to go about it. So, the rest of my statement is to GE, because it seems that, is a representative from GE here? Okay, so supposedly maybe some fellow was there at the beginning of the Lee meeting, but he just skipped out.
There was no one there last night.
Nobody there. Okay, so this is a message to GE.
Mike got accused of being a GE person, but he wasn't.
Okay, yes, we're reprieving you of that.
He looks like a GE guy.
Right, so it seems to be this issue with GE. Now, I mean, I don't get it. So I'm making a statement to GE, and I'll get we can send something to whatever, figure out how to get this message to them. I don't really get it. It's so simple. It's just about a little bit of money. To them, a $77 billion corporation, this is small change. I can guarantee if we looked at their budget, there's all kinds of dumbass stuff that they wasted money on projects that didn't go anywhere just because they were fooling around with trying to figure out how to be a successful corporation, right? So here it's like scrambling over little pennies. It feels unfitting. It feels cheap. It feels strange. It's weird. I don't even get it. It feels like so complicated, all the money on their lawyers and everything, when they could just be like, we're going to fund it. We're going to do good business. And here's the win-win. GE, here's your win-win. You get to do good business, be a good global corporation. You get to ship this stuff out to a place that's far away from any children and way above sea levels for any kind, all the things. Find a good place to put it. Put the expense down and get to be the good guys. You get to not be the sociopathic villains. You get to be the good guys. And you get to lead the way in global corporate industrial business about showing how we can handle our past, we can do good, we can fix it up. And it's like, to me, that's a win-win. It's like, great. And then you get all the people in this whole region will be like, yeah, GE, doing it right, yeah, right? It's going to be so positive. And for whatever the cost is, $600 million, maybe it's a little bit more, I'm not quite sure what the numbers are, the difference to just ship it out and take care of and resolve this situation so easily, that expense, well, I just lost my train of thought. But basically, they have the opportunity. That's like a PR. This is a win-win PR campaign. They can spend that money and then get all this good press, because I'm sure we'll all show up and be like, yeah, they did good. There's so much win for them here versus a lose. And I want to remind them that the lose is because the people in this region have everything to lose. And when you have everything to lose, you're backing people into a corner, putting them in a compromised place where they suddenly, go a little rogue. So that will be a hassle for you all. What a pain in the butt. So here what I have to say to the CEO of GE. He's new on the deck. He's a year in. His name is Lawrence Culp. And he's an outsider from GE. Maybe he's even getting abreast of what this whole situation is. He has an opportunity to be brilliant, intelligent, and smart, and use some common sense, and just dish out the money, take care of business, handle the cost of business. I would say that what I said last night is that the problem with dealing with corporations is that they are anonymous. They become like a Borg. You don't know, nobody's taking responsibility. So the way human beings and family style and community members can address a corporation is to give a face to that corporation. So I'm going to encourage our communities to look to Lawrence Culp, gentleman who I don't know, he looks lovely, his pictures look lovely, to be the face, the intimate, connected, relational face of this situation. So if our families are compromised, we're going to invite his family, his lovely wife, Wendy, and his 3 children to be part of this process, because that's the real deal. It keeps it real. It makes it human. And otherwise, we're dealing with some inhuman thing where litigation is terrorizing everybody. I don't know why we're scared of the litigation. Let's just fight it all the way through, because every single piece of evidence about this project sounds so, excuse my French, shitty. It just sounds bad. every little question. There's so many questions that nobody's been able to answer. There's so many things about this agreement before it comes even into play that we should even consider signing anything because there's so many unanswered concerns, right? So with that said, GE, yeah, do it. Be brilliant. Impress us. Blow our minds. Lawrence, rock it out with your first year. Come and correct all this, whatever, ill thinking, stupid thinking been going on forever. And we will be voting and support you all to get you out of this compromise situation that doesn't feel good. And then we all can proceed in a good way and feel proud to be human beings on a planet that needs a lot of care and due diligence around dealing with its toxic history. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Krystyna Kurzyca. I live in Great Barrington. Does everyone hear me? Yes?
Yes.
This is a question for the whole panel that made that decision, including Chris Rembold. I don't know where he is. Oh, here.
Can't hear you. Speak.
It's a question to the whole panel of people who made that decision. First, I'm going to say that I feel your imagination failed. And what I'm basing this is on yesterday's meeting, where I saw very, very distressed, angry, helpless people. And my question is, how much time did you actually spend discussing the impact on the people who are going to be living next to the dump? And I want you, not just one person to answer, but at least several of you.
Almost a year and a half.
You actually discussed the impact on the people, and you made a decision.
Yes.
That would destroy these people's lives.
I'm speaking for the Rest River Municipal Committee right now. I'm not on a select board, but it was almost a year and a half process that the Rest River Municipal Committee went through to
That secret process lasted a year and a half?
Almost a year and a half. Started in early November of 2018.
Wow, you really can keep a secret, people.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Pooja Prema. Can you hear me? I live in Mount Washington, Massachusetts, and I used to live in Stockbridge. I want to bring to this small showing here, call in many people that couldn't be here tonight and whose hearts and concerns are on this issue and that care. And I want to address everyone on this panel and every select board in these towns by bringing some things that have not yet been expressed. First of all, I also want to call in the beauty and the majesty of the water, the Housatonic River that we all love. I want to call in the ecology and the infinite diversity of all the creatures that live along those waters. And I want to say that I know that you care. And yet, as my dear friend just said, there is a lack of imagination, coherence, and respect for democracy in the way this was carried out. I also understand that this is not a finalized decision, that there is no permit, that the vast majority of these details are not confirmed nor figured out in any kind of coherent form. That means that this was done as a secretive process. Someone earlier on said this had community interfacing. It did not have any interfacing. We had a protest, 2 of them, one in Housatonic, one in Great Barrington, and GE backed down. So if you think that you can continue to make decisions, quote, accept a settlement where you compromise with a corporation that has decades and decades worth of evidence of never following through on their word, you are wrong. And I would like to invite everyone that cares against this decision, that doesn't want the dumps to hold their sign right now to say no dumps. There are other solutions. There are other remediation technologies. There are brilliant people right now on planet Earth like Paul Stamets and other technologies that were stated here. So I really want to encourage the goodness in all of you and that which made you want to serve in office, that which made you come to serve in the ecological groups that you do, to stand for a vote where the people of these towns get to vote on what happens to their river, to their backyards. That is a basic human dignity and respect. And that is democracy. Furthermore, I want to call on the legacy of W.E.B. Du Bois, who we're celebrating this coming weekend in Great Barrington. What would W.E.B. Du Bois say about this? I do not think he would be pleased. Furthermore, a couple of things that haven't been stated. In most of the towns, 200 feet is the requirement of a distance to even build a house. 1,000 feet distance from the river is completely absurd, illogical, and inappropriate. Lastly, I want to say that HRI, who's been, well, not lastly, but second to last, who's been working for the river, researching on behalf of the river for the last 40 years, backed out of this agreement. That should give a clear signal to everyone here that there's something awry, that there's a compromise here that is compromising the ecology and the health of the citizens of this place. And I know you mean well, but you made an error. And you are all, with one exception on this current panel, over the age of 50. You are all mostly white. No, you're all white. You're all mostly men. So what kind of decision can you make for the citizens of these towns that doesn't include the youth of these towns, the women of these towns, the pregnant women of these towns, that are going to live with these decisions for the next endless, endless, endless years? It's irresponsible. It's inconsiderate. And I'm very, very disheartened. So for the children that are standing up at climate marches, you know, think of what they would say. What would Greta Thunberg say? Everyone loves to post about Greta Thunberg and say, wow, she's so great. She would not agree with this decision.
Hello, my name is Janice Castanero-Brame. I live in Lee, Massachusetts. Ever since this started, and when I heard about this dump, it's really stressing me out. I'm getting heart palpitations, sick to my stomach, and loss of sleep, because we want to have a dump in our backyards. That poor lady up there, it's right in her backyard. It's my brother's backyards. It's in all these backyards. And Patty, one thing, I've been doing real estate for almost 43 years. I might not know much, but I do know real estate. I had showings this Saturday with Lisa Kelly, Molly Thomas, to take people in Lee to buy a house. I get a phone call right before this meeting from my buyers stating they do not want to look at the houses because there's going to be a PCB dump, they heard, which I would have told them. I says that the houses I'm showing you are nowhere, they're far away from the PCB dump. We do not want to live in Lee with a PCB dump. Don't tell me the real estate market's going to go down. Back in the 1990s, I live in South Lee. Next door to me was guys that worked cleaning up the PCBs. I says, how's that going? Is that working? They go, we're getting paid a hell of a lot of money to clean up a mess, and it's all going into the air. I want to know, are we going to have a town vote on this?
No.
You're going to pass this through
it's
without
not-
us knowing?
It's not, you know, we could have a town vote on this.
Okay.
It wouldn't mean,
How can we stop this? I will go to my grave trying to stop this dump in Lee, Massachusetts. You're wrecking our town!
Janice,
tired. I'm really mad.
I know you are.
I don't get mad very easy. But when I do, I'm going to fight for what's right, and I'm fighting for the citizens of Lee, Massachusetts.
All right.
And if I was on that board, this would have never happened.
Can you respond? Can you respond? I would have liked to hear what you were going to say.
Can't hear you.
She wants
Use the microphone.
no response?
Patty,
Can't hear the question.
Patty, you were.
Patty, you're going to respond to Janice's question.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
It's not in their backyard.
Okay, I'll try to answer that. First of all, that is not the process this whole thing takes. It's not our permit. It's not the Board of Selectmen's permit. It is EPA's permit. Everybody understand that? It's not like the town of Lee said, GE, you got to clean up the river, and we're going to, how are we going to do it? We didn't do that. EPA did it under their laws, rules, and regulations. I'm going to go back one more time, because this is what I felt strongly about, the thing that changed my mind from the very beginning when I joined this group and we said no landfill in Berkshire County. I want to know what the alternative is if we had said no landfill, no mediation, none of this, go back to court, take GE to court again, and GE appealed. I want to know who would have paid the league. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let me finish, and then you can yell at me. I'm not going to. I wouldn't recommend that my town go into something knowing it was going to have a bad outcome. Number one, with legal expenses for numerous years that we couldn't afford, and two, with the fact that we would have a disastrous alternative. I feel strongly, I'm not a scientist, but I had lots of help along the way, worked on this for the last 7 years, the total thing, mediation the last 2 years. I'm comfortable that we have done the best we can do for our community, made it the safest, most protected. Do I want a landfill with PCBs in it in my town? No, I do not. Do I want one? Am I going to get one, whether I do this or not? Yes, and that was my point to mediate. If we're going to have one, get it the best we can do, the safest, the most protected.
Okay, question. Why can't we just take all the money that it's going to cost GE to clean up this mess, take everybody's town money, put it into account, and 5 years down the road, I can guarantee you, we're going to have better technology to get rid of this stuff. I believe we can get rid of this stuff, and we need to get rid of this stuff, but not on other people's backs. And the other thing is, you guys going to pay my taxes or my bills? I'm not going to make any money because nobody wants to live in Lee. That's my livelihood.
Okay. I don't know what money you're talking about taking and putting. Thanks.
Yes, we should work together.
Okay, I've explained as best I can. I can't explain anymore. Yes, we are.
I'm sorry, I embarrassed you. With my boyfriend, I think I embarrassed him.
Steve Handel from Housatonic. What do you say? No, I know her. I was going to say, I have a small yard, but I would take a few cubic yards of this if you would just fix the Division Street Bridge. I'd really appreciate it. That's my attempt at a little humor. Anyway, I heard this total project cost was $550 million. I'm not sure. Okay, first of all, I guess I want to know what was the cost, the alternate cost, if they were going to ship 100% of this off to Detroit? What?
It was about 600 million.
So they're only saving 50 million by doing this?
We estimated it was probably 70 million.
GE's only saving $70 million by putting the dump locally. Exactly. That's unbelievable. I kept hearing figures I saw in the paper, a few hundred million. I was confused. So that's amazing how small that difference in amount is.
That, just to be clear, that includes the $63 million that is in the economic benefit part of it.
Right, so that we wouldn't be getting that. The towns wouldn't be getting that money. That sounds like a great deal to me, is, you know, to let it be shipped out and forego the money. See, all this fuss is...
Just remember, EPA, that was our choice. We said in 2016 we want all the stuff out of state.
Right.
And we got questioned on that. We have this remand, and that's how the mediation.
Right, but you said it went to the EAB board, and then it was turned down. I mean, it's GE that actually didn't agree to it, right? Or is it...
Yeah, no, it's GE.
It's
clearly,
GE
on that issue.
For $50 million. It's just unbelievable. I'm a little confused about the surety bond, okay? Is this $150 million, they're putting this in an account now, is that right?
Yes.
And that's in case something goes wrong, right? Does that money just sit there and they keep spending money to pay for all this cleanup, and that $150 million just sits there in perpetuity for the future repair problems or issues? Or is that only there in case something goes wrong, the company goes bankrupt, and we at least have $150 million from GE to do the cleanup now?
I think it's for both.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So they pay premiums on this that create the bond for the $150 million. So they pay premiums on it every year, so that if EPA determines they're unable to continue with the work, we can access that. So that we don't use that from the start. As long as they're solvent, we don't use it. It's available, though, if they become unable to finish the work.
But if they do finish the work, they spend the $550 million, do they leave that $150 million there for the future?
The surety bond doesn't get accessed at that point. It is not, when the cleanup is finished, the surety bond would not be accessed anymore. But it would be used for, it can be used for the, for as long as they're doing operation and maintenance, long-term monitoring of the cleanup.
Okay. So of the $550 million, is any part of that for perpetual monitoring and stuff, or will that just be pulled from the surety
Our
bond?
estimate of the cleanup includes the operation and maintenance, the long-term monitoring.
Okay. Very good. And one other quick question. You mentioned that the dredging they would dredge down until they could monitor results of 1 part per million. So they must have estimates of that now to know how many cubic yards that could be. How about if it's just, I mean, I guess you have experience and you know how much that would be to come up with this million cubic yard estimate. I don't know, that's my question.
Yeah, no, there's 20,000 more samples to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we already have, I'm not sure the exact number, but tens of thousands of samples in the river already. So that is based on the existing sampling. There's a lot of sampling. So that number could be adjusted up or down, but it will be informed by this new sampling. But there is already a lot of sampling. And it's a pretty conservative estimate as it exists right now, so it could be less.
I see. And the 100,000 minimum cubic yards that's being shipped to Detroit, you said that's actually the minimum, right?
Exactly, yes.
So how about if it turns out there's only 50,000 cubic yards of material that's greater than, I don't know if it's 25 or 50 anymore, but I think it was 25 parts per million. What would happen? Are you going to ship another 50,000 cubic yards also?
Exactly.
But why would you need to do that? Because it's not of high toxicity. You know, you don't need, it can be put in the landfill. Why would you have to ship it off?
Because we wanted to, we basically wanted to make sure that at a minimum, the worst 10% would go out no matter whether it met that criteria or not.
I see. Okay, well, that's good. All right, thank you.
Hi. My name is Andrew Holt. I came to the meeting yesterday. I'm from Lenox, Massachusetts. Had the opportunity to ask some questions. I did mention that I hadn't read any materials prior to coming to the meeting, so I stayed up relatively late after the meeting last night and then spent most of today trying to read through the settlement, and not in a standoffish kind of way, but it seems like the settlement really, as I think it was Pooja who was here mentioned, is really more like a way to move forward as opposed to any actual agreements. Like is it the wellness agreement, like the town, you know, how they're going to work with the trucks and the things like that? It seems like all of that still needs to be worked out. Is that a fair statement? So, you know, as I'm reading through this document, there's permit agreements, there's non-permit agreements. The thing's in English, but it's not really in English because I still don't totally get it. And I'm trying to understand, as like a citizen, what do I do? I have now, you know, I've burned a day, and that's nothing in comparison to the Tim Grays and the others, and you guys, quite frankly. But like, we've already went from what our optimal outcome was to a suboptimal outcome. And now what I feel is that everything that we've talked about as a win has the opportunity to turn into more of a suboptimal outcome than it already is. And so what I'm trying to understand, and like something I mentioned yesterday, is like, how can we, as individual towns or as a collective unit, be transparent in the meetings that we're going to have, the documents that are out there? I couldn't even find the other, the rest of the river, the
2016 permit?
Yeah, the permit. So I found one, but it was only like 40 pages, and I didn't read it because you had mentioned that it was like 140 pages, so I didn't know if I had the wrong document. I think it would be good if we like have all of these, you know, together in like one place so that A, we can read them. I think B, we need to get someone to actually explain what they mean, because it's like we have a document that covered 100% that's now going to be 70% in the best of case scenarios. I think we need to know, what did we lose exactly, which is obviously, you know, having a dump, you know, here, which it is what it is. I don't think we're going to get away from that. But it's like, what are the other fights that we have to fight? What are the other discussions we have to have? When do those discussions have to happen? How do we get involved? I mean, even just looking at the comment, you know, thing online, when I was doing some research there, you know, we're saying that we're going to have a minimum 45 days. Looks like the average is 60. Looks like there's only 2 ways to submit responses, which is via email or via writing. They have to...
There'll be a public hearing too, so that you can submit there too.
Okay. Because then it seemed like when you submit online, you have to then like there's specific things you have to do for your comments then to be like considered and reviewed. So like how is someone who's you know, working going to figure out how to like make sure all of these comments work? I guess what I'm trying to say is I think that our work is really just starting here. And I think that I hope, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but you know, you guys are on the spot, you're up on the stage, like how are we going to work together to make sure that everybody's informed? Everybody has the information that they need to know what they need to do to make it as easy as possible for all of us to help you now that this is out in the light, so that we don't go from 70% to 50% to 20% to 30%. That's what I'm trying to figure out, like, how can we make that, how can we do that together and collectively?
It's going to take a lot of work for everybody, including the committee and the towns as we go forward. The committee is going to utilize the staff services of Berkshire Regional Planning Commission to vet work plans as they come out, using the money that you heard about earlier from EPA that goes to a consultant that we get to utilize in order to vet these work plans. It's a complicated process. The work plans, by the way, have already been coming out on earlier non-contested elements of the cleanup. So where we are is the 5 select boards have all voted unanimously to sign on to the agreement. And the process is now in the hands of the Environmental Protection Agency. And the way that people will have a voice, have an opportunity to have a voice, is through the permitting process that was outlined at the beginning of the presentation tonight. As well as to, and again, it's a lot of work to stay on top of work plans as they come out and to take part in the quality of life discussions that go on between the towns and residents and General Electric and EPA.
Yeah, so the work plans, though, just to follow up on that, are the work plans part of and the quality of life, is that part of the 45-day comment period? Are those separate?
No, separate. But I wanted to just
Let me just be clear, too. The permit has many, many, many more details than are in that agreement.
Right.
That existed already in 2016.
Well, it's like an amendment, right? Or you're
right,
amending,
so we're going to be putting out the amendment for comment, but you'll be able to see all the, the rest of the permit that has all the quality of life plan already existed in the permit. It was beefed up through this process to make sure that certain things that might have been questioned, whether it was clear or not, whether GE had to do something, that they actually do have to do it. We do think it's difficult to follow this thing. We, as Channing said, we've provided funding, which we will, by the way, get back from GE too. But we've provided funding for technical assistance. We provide HRI funding through the technical assistance grant process so that they can hire a person to help out there too. And that's been going on for the past 20 years. So we'll continue to do that. So it's we expect that the people who are overseeing the technical assistance, the grant the contractor that we'll be providing, we expect that they include the communities in that. Whoever's doing that, whether it's Berkshire Regional Planning Commission or whatever, and the same with HRI. There's an expectation that they coordinate with the rest of the community as well in helping out.
I just think
there's point people, I guess, for this money that we're giving out.
Yeah, I just think that we definitely need to make sure that the transparency is there. I actually had to finally break and get a subscription to the Berkshire Eagle. I did it today so I could start reading some articles on this because I reached my limit and I've gone around the IP addresses as much as I can. But as a person who's on the Lennox Environmental Committee, I'm trying to figure out how we can navigate this. And I'm looking around this room, there's a lot less people here than there were yesterday. And there's gonna be less people tomorrow. And I know there will be a core group, the people that are impacted directly, the people who are, but it's at some point when we lose our numbers and there's a meeting and nobody comes, and then GE gets to come up with what, is a reasonable, as is referenced many times, what is a reasonable, solution? The apple squeeze, I'm just making this up, but the apple squeeze is not referenced in the statement of, in the settlement as a day they're not going to drive in town. So I have to figure out where that gets decided, right?
So if I could answer your question, first of all, I think all of the town websites have the key documents. We are going to be committed to putting things, the EPA has to put, I believe, a public notice in the paper. We will be putting things on the town's websites. I'm committed to, as I know my colleagues are, to trying to announce things. I think the best thing to do is to keep in touch with your town's website, the news section of it, all right? As well as keep in touch with someone in your town. Now, I'm not asking you to pick up all this responsibility, and we're not going to do anything. But I'm amazed at how many people don't read papers anymore. We can see if we can put together some sort of a social media thing that you can hook into that can be announced. But it's going to be a two-way process. But if you want to leave your name and your email. We'll just kind of see if there's some way that we can do with
Yeah.
that without it becoming absolutely, totally burdensome.
Yeah, and
okay?
and
I know
I'm
you're
okay
being,
to put in
you're
the work,
being
and
very,
honestly, I'm just very
you're being
tired.
very reasonable, and what I'm saying to you is that we're committed to this process. We're not trying to keep you out of this. We will try to keep you as informed as possible, but people have to look for things too, and not shift the burden that somehow we're going to let everybody
no,
know. Okay?
And I don't mean to, shift
And
burden. I
with
mean, it's
regard
the
to the
shared
scopes of works
responsibility.
and all of that, the non-contested items that Channing mentioned, we've already had, under the old rules, an opportunity to review some of those scopes of work, and we've commented extensively. Under the new rules, then that's going to be also open to the public. So we will work on finding a system that will be transparent, that will be as informative as possible, because we want you involved.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So one other thing, a bunch of people referenced the Citizens Coordinating Council. That's a good place to get sort of focused information. It wasn't over the last year and a half because there was these, the negotiations were confidential, but still as work was going on, we were having those Citizen Coordinating Council meetings. But as the river work starts, that'll be the sole focus of the Citizens Coordinating Council, and you'll be able to not have to do so much research and sort of hear updates on things and when the next document's going to come out and that sort of thing.
I don't feel like any of us can really afford to miss it at this point, because we've already lost, right? And I think that's, and as I look around this room, I realize that I got to pay a little bit more attention myself. So, just because of the amount of people here, no one in here in particular, but thank you. Thank you for your time. Thanks, Drew.
Okay, my name is Sean Renier. I'm a resident of Lee. This is my fourth meeting today, so I'm in that fourth meeting club with some of the others in here. I do care about this a lot. I heard a couple volumes of PCB being discussed. Like you kind of talk about, it's like a paper cup. That's like the amount, we talk about parts per million and we're talking molecules here and all that. Do we have an estimate, an idea of like, if you were to get all the PCBs, and maybe you already answered this and I missed it, but what's that amount in the landfill? Do we know? Do you have any idea?
So if you consolidated all the PCBs into one
is it like a
place-
bathtub? Is it like a tanker truck? Like, I don't know. Swimming pool.
Don't quote me on this, but
Yeah,
I was
I'm not-
doing this in my head
Yeah.
last night during the meeting while
Right.
I was trying to answer questions too, because I wanted to try and
I'm not
answer
trying
that.
to, like,
And I did, I
gotcha.
think
I'm
I
not
said,
trying to, like-
I'm not sure I even said it out loud, but I think I might have. I think it would be 8 feet high by 8 feet wide, but like an 8-foot cube.
Gotcha. So
Okay, that's how many PCBs would
Yeah.
be in the million cubic
Right.
yard landfill.
Yeah, and so I understand that, and it's, it seems like a small amount,
I'm
but
going to check my math too, by
Sure.
the way.
yeah, and I will, believe me.
Thank you.
It seems like right now, this 8 by 8 cube is stretched out all the way along the river, and now we're talking about taking it all one spot. And that just seems like the wrong decision to make to me. And, maybe you can disagree with me with that, but that's just my view of how this all works. With now it's all being consolidated, and you can say it's low level and you can say all these things, but it seems like now we're all being, in Lee, we're going to be affected the most by this health consequences when this thing ultimately fails. And that's what I'm struggling with. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, but I understand that this hydraulic pumping, is it factual to say that the highly toxic stuff is going to be pumped to this location, this dump location, and dewatered or whatever before it's then trucked out? Is that my understanding? Because I thought I read that in the agreement.
I'm not sure that's totally, a decision that's already been made, but it could be pumped there. It could be pumped to another staging location.
Right.
It would certainly make sense to do it there, but it would be done first, so it would be separate from the other material. So I don't. That may happen. Yes.
Right.
And then it would get shipped out.
And you see my concern of saying, this is GE we're talking about here, and they're pumping all the highly toxic stuff there first to then get trucked out. Who's to say some of it, that highly toxic stuff, doesn't get just mixed in with the low toxic stuff, or now we've sank below that 50 parts per million threshold. You see what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you. I agree. That's, we have to, there has to be a good process for that. And one of the ways of doing that so that doesn't happen is to figure out where these spots are, remove them first, deal with all that, take it off site, and then start on the material that you know is lesser contaminated.
Right. And you're saying that, was it right to say like 10% is the highly you're expecting, or?
That's not what we're expecting. That's a minimum.
Minimum
number.
of
minimum going off site.
10% minimum.
So because we're
is going.
taking 20,000 more samples, we don't know where that cutoff
Gotcha.
is. But even
So
if
it
that
could-
cutoff, for example, was at 5%,
Gotcha. It would at least
still
be 10%.
10.
So it could be, is it possible that it could be 100%, or have we already deemed that it's like there are these sites
No,
that?
I would say it's between 10 and 20%.
Okay. Some of my other questions already got answered, so I'll keep this kind of brief. I do think that this agreement is a mistake, and I think you could have fought harder for a couple different things, and I think that you owe us all a plan for remediation, at the very least. Because you say, maybe we can, down the line, remediate this stuff. Well, we want to see a detailed plan, and, that's kind of in the agreement, but it's not, and I think that I hear it a lot here is that it's like, there's no details yet, and that's one of the things that like I'm looking for 100% is like a plan for, yes, if we can't beat this thing, we really don't want to dump, but you got to give us at least a plan, some sort of funding source to remediate this site. That's what I'm calling for in this process. If you can note that, at the least, I think you kind of owe us.
You're talking about the future, dealing with it at some
Yeah,
point.
because I've heard maybe we can, in the future, remediate it. And I want a plan for it. That's what I was hoping. It's funny because this agreement is what we fought against years ago. And you said you spent a year and a half mediating it, and it seems like that might have been a waste of time because we ultimately are looking at a virtually identical plan. So that's kind of what I'm struggling with here is, I kind of lost where I was going with that. But yeah, what concessions did you guys get from GE? And why wasn't this something that we fought for? Can we get a plan for remediation or research and development? I heard some talk about that, but that's what I'm really calling for and looking for.
Okay.
With this whole process.
I'm not sure how that particular language will be incorporated into permit. I'd have to think about that. But in addition to, I know you all will be commenting on, the fact that there may be a landfill in the first place. We would encourage, we're putting this out for public comment for a reason. We would encourage you to comment on that as well, to the extent that we can, improve any part of this.
Right.
We're open to it. We really are. And we can, we could take that up the chain and try and get more funding or try and get GE to do, we want comment. We really do.
So, got another question. What's the acceptable level of parts per million for the river when you're done cleaning it up, when the GE's done cleaning it up? They finish cleaning it up, you test the soil, you test a sample that is cleaned up. What's the acceptable threshold to say that's cleaned up?
Really, it'll be 1 part per million.
1 part per million?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's just where I disagree with, and I'm fighting against this. Why should we accept a landfill that's above that threshold when we won't accept a cleanup of the river that's above 1 part per million, you know, and it's all concentrated, and that's,
I mean, the reason for the 1 part per million is exposure, and it basically creates higher levels in fish that people can eat. One of the goals in the end of the process is to be able to fish, swim, eat eat fish from the river,
Right.
you know, and that. What was I wrong about? What was the 7?
no.
No.
That's what, I'm asking what the acceptable level of parts per million in the river after the cleanup. And you're saying 1 part per million?
Yes.
Okay.
In general, that's.
That's going to fluctuate?
Yeah.
How much?
But for the most part, it's 1.
For the most part.
Protective, yeah.
Okay. And yeah,
The floodplain is different.
Yeah. I can't stress enough that if we're not willing to accept 1 part per million in the river, I'm not willing to accept 10, 20, 50 parts per million in a land dump. And, just the last thing
But
that I'm
that's
going
why, just to be clear, that's why we're cleaning it up in the first place.
And I know,
Right?
that
That stuff is sitting, the stuff that you're saying you won't
accept.
accept is sitting in the river now.
Right. And Right, and that's what I'm saying is that we are.
I mean, just to be clear, we disagree with that, but I get what you're saying.
We are kicking this down the road for us and our kids, and that's unfortunate. And the last thing that I'll say is just I will be a part of this process the whole way. I will be holding you all accountable for this decision and the appropriation of these funds that you will be. I really hope I will stay involved in this process throughout the whole way. And thank you for your time and answering all the questions. And
thank you.
I would just say that I would hope, this room isn't as big as it was yesterday, but I would hope that all of you in here would stay involved and, like I would stay involved, hold these people accountable. Let's make sure whatever money that we do get is going to the right places and not the wrong places. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Donald Roeder. I'm from Ashley Falls, and I've been working on the river with HRI since 1992, and I remember Brian from way back when. My question is really about process. I'm not going to ask about landfills. How about that? My question is, in preparation for this meeting, I read the material you had posted on the web about who the signatories of this agreement were. And I saw all the members of the boards from the 5 towns. I saw BEAT, I saw Mass Audubon, and then I saw the state of Connecticut. Now, they're getting nothing out of this deal. My first question is, how did you get them to sign off on this?
They actually don't feel they feel that they are getting something out of this because they're worried about the material in the river has continued to go into Connecticut over the years.
That's correct.
And so the more we can get out of Massachusetts, we're taking out a lot more material through this permit than the previous permit.
Okay. The second part of my question is, when we began this, 1992, I believe, was our first meeting. The Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection was a key player in this. And I noticed they were not signatories on this agreement. What happened to Mass DEP?
So they chose not to be part of the mediation. We had our own confidentiality agreement with Massachusetts, and we continued to keep them informed throughout the process. We're working with them right now to try to, deal with some of the issues that we have regarding Massachusetts regulations and that sort of thing. So we've been coordinating closely. They just weren't. They chose not to be part of the mediation.
Why? Yeah, it's a good question. Why? And it seemed they were a critical part of this.
You can ask Mass DP.
Oh, Mass DEP is here.
Yeah, so.
Oh, great, great.
He's the GE guy.
He's not the GE guy. So, so Mass DEP, as you know, has been involved intimately, with this project for more than 20 years.
Yes, I know.
When it came to the 2016 permit, we heard adamantly from the towns they didn't want a landfill. And we worked very, very hard with our partners to make sure that that was in the permit. And it was. GE appealed that permit. And the idea of a mediation came around, and we were asked if we wanted to be part of that. We thought the only thing that we could put on the table was a landfill. And therefore, the only thing we could negotiate was a landfill. So we decided to stay out of the mediation, allow the parties involved to figure out where this was going to go. We're always going to be a very close partner with EPA. And so now we're sitting here learning, listening, trying to figure out what our evaluation is so that we can work with our partners and try to make this next permit move forward.
All right, thank you very much.
Mike Gorski. He's the head of the Western Regional Office of Mass DEP.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gina Hand, and I grew up in a house with the Housatonic River, watching it for many, many years, my whole life. It is a family home. I live in Great Barrington as of now, and I will live in my family home one day, which is on Park Street in Housatonic, right where the first dump site was started that nobody heard about, was never in the media, because we had a protest and it did not make the Berkshire Eagle. Things might be making the Berkshire Eagle now, but I literally am just hearing about this because of the meeting in Lee now, and that's why I'm here now. I clean up along the Housatonic River all the way to Milford, Connecticut. And I spend a tremendous amount of time helping the environment. Now, the house that I grew up in, we all know bald eagles, right? In 1995, the first bald eagle came to the river, Housatonic River, right across from my house. It was spotted in 1995. It was in the Berkshire Eagle. And my question is, what is our bird? Right? Everybody loves the bald eagle, right? Right?
Yes.
So, the first bald eagle came. Now there is 4 there. Now I have spotted, because I clean up around the Housatonic River, on October Mountain, 3 bald eagles, right? I have also spotted snow owls, egrets, herons. Now, all these birds weren't around when it was first polluted, and they have all made a comeback, a huge comeback. There's pictures. I know millions of people who have pictures. So my concern isn't only over the fact that my grandfather died from cancer living across from the Housatonic River at the age of 56. He also worked for GE, right? And 56 is kind of young for an Italian who believes food is their medicine and doesn't put chemicals in their body, right? So my point being is I'm not prepared for this. I am going to be involved, and I do a lot to make a difference. In my group, we don't ask for money. GE is all about money, 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 money. I do everything nonprofit. Everybody in my group does everything nonprofit. Why? Because our community matters, and the people in it. And so does our homes. I have watched this wildlife come in. I've watched it heal, and they are all doing better. And now we're going to make something in their land that's near a river that it's not very far away from, going to end up back where it was. It just doesn't seem like it makes any sense to me. And it hasn't been in the media. And it does need to be in the media, because we had a huge turnout for the river walk that we did in Housatonic. We all met at the cemetery, and we all walked. Now, the Berkshire Eagle didn't put anything in there. Why? Why? Because a GE must have made a deal with them. And that's my honest opinion. So if you all want to take the time to think about our community and what it's really about, we need to think more about the wildlife, the people, the children, and how the PCBs made women not be able to have children, how the PCBs made all kinds of problems. I'm a farmer, I grow my food. When you guys are dredging the river, I'm not gonna be able to grow my food, right? Huh? Well, I'm sick. I have cancer too at 35 years old with no probable cause. Maybe it's the PCBs. What do you think? Because I'm pretty healthy and organic and take care of it all, but now I'm not gonna be able to grow my own food, right? And I'm probably not the only farmer around here, because it is not easy to live around here when you are just a regular person. And that's what we need to take into consideration, that there are a lot of regular people and children in schools, in homes, and all kinds of things that are going to be tremendously impacted. And if we want to go by somebody who's all about money, because I know the GE has been nothing about money, and how come nobody from the GE is here? Does that not make any of you uncomfortable? Because obviously they don't care, or maybe they're embarrassed because they know they don't want to be up here answering questions that aren't going to get answers to. You know, and if we're not completely able to answer questions when they are asked, why are we thinking about a contract if we don't know all the answers to everything? That's just something I would like to voice, and I would like everybody to remember that the bald eagle is our bird. So we need to take in consideration that if we want to act as people in the way we should, then we need to start thinking about what we're going to do to all of this healing, environmental animals that are going to be affected by this. Not just us, but all of these animals that need us. Thank you.
Luke Prima, Great Barrington. I work in Lee. Thanks everyone for staying up so late, and for everyone listening. I appreciate this is.
Come up to the mic closer.
I appreciate this is what democracy looks like, and it's not pretty right now. And I appreciate we're getting a lot out, and I think a lot of people are holding a lot of unknowns on both sides of the table, and I appreciate that. One thing kind of concerned me a little bit was I heard a decision might have been made, you know, for the best intentions to weigh out the cost benefit for us as a community. I really would have appreciated if a vote was had, and I don't think it's ever too late. So where that's going to happen, we'll see. And sometimes I also heard from another speaker, acting out of fear, even if it's under the best intentions or it's the best kind of leadership we have at the moment, it might not be enough. And there's people who are around us who've engaged in bigger fights. And it might not be us to be the leaders of this kind of fight. That we might have to tap into people who've been in this country and have had to fight for generations. And that's what it might take to get out of this situation with our dignity and like the gentleman down here said, not based on security, but integrity. Because that's the biggest thing we give, no matter what happens to us. And I've heard some things that, you know, Fiona stepped up here and was saying, yeah, that leachate could come down and it could be more concentrated, you know, and I know you have a science background and you said, yeah, maybe not. And there's a real practical way that leachate, oil, where do we mine oil? It comes from the ground. And, if it's leaching out, it could totally be more concentrated, And its toxicity is not linear. It's not by the dose. It can endocrine disrupt at really small concentrations. So even if factory employees are sticking their whole hands in it, there's a totally weird thing that the world doesn't work exactly linearly, and that little parts per million can actually signal reactions in your body that have a bigger impact than a larger dose, which is mind-blowing, but that's sometimes life works like that. And the last thing I just want to say is, say for some reason this sounds like a done deal, but say the people stand up and they say it's not done, and we're not having it. What show of hands? Say we have to go into court. Who's going to be on the side of the people, and who's going to be on GE's side? Side of the people. Right there. Hell yeah. Thank you. Okay. Hell yeah. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claire Bunny Leahy. I live right across the road from the Housatonic River, and it's been the family homestead since 1910 when my husband's grandfather bought the home, and he was the manager of the 3 mills up and down the river from Lennoxdale down through all the Smith mills, paper mills. So I looked at first of all, last night I learned a lot. And I went home and I was pretty depressed because I thought, well, it looks like that's it. Doesn't look like we have a leg to stand on as far as a warrant or a legal appeal by the citizens. It can still be worked on, but I had I felt it was a very small percentage of a chance to have that succeed. So I started, all of a sudden it just hit me. I was thinking all those children, that people were there with babies and they were really concerned about their children. And then I thought, wait a minute, this isn't going to be effective as far as changing what we have right now for another 15 or 20 years. Those kids are all going to be grown up that we're all talking about. We've known about PCBs in the river for how many years? 75. How many? 75. Since 75? We've known that there's a lot of cancer, right? We always ask, everybody says, well, it hasn't been proven. Well, it's pretty obvious. I think if you made a hypothesis, it wouldn't be that hard to prove. So I think we can just go, you can just go with pretty much believe in your assumption that there's a connection. It could be other things. It could be chemicals from the paper mills. It could be other pollutants in the air. But over all these years, we have not really been thinking about what can we do to protect our children. Should we be moving out of these homes in case they're polluted to the point that I thought ours was, but yet I thought, oh, I don't really know for sure. When my mother-in-law died of lung cancer, and then 20 years ago I had my first bladder tumor, and then 10 years later, another bladder tumor. And Brian was saying these aren't really, Brian Olson, that these aren't really that dangerous. And it came out that they take a long time to have an effect. And then it all of a sudden made sense to me. I never could quite understand, and my urologist couldn't understand either. He said it was very unusual to have a tumor 10 years after the first had been excised, and they they were totally gone. It wasn't a recurrence. And it finally hit me, oh, sure, okay. It takes at least 10 years. It was like 10 years after I moved here, another 10 years before, or maybe it was 15 years. I haven't the exact dates, but all of a sudden, I thought, oh my God, you have been so dumb, because you're not sure about whether these were really caused, and you have a dirt cellar, and it's at the same level as the water table of the river, and I had always thought that it might be coming across through that water table, but I just thought, well, maybe I'm cuckoo. Well, finally, just like in the past, since February 7th, I have been reading deep into the night, and I realized all of a sudden, I know the doctors have never wanted to say anything about it. I asked my own doctor, what do you think? And I started telling him about PCBs and the effect they have on you. And he played dumb. I went in and I asked another doctor in the practice, what do you think about what's going on right now? And he said, don't know anything. I asked another doctor, would you come to the hearings we're having and speak up, just to make people more aware of what they're sitting on? But I'm wondering, and she said, well, I've got to do some reading before I come. And she's a person that's really into alternative medicine, and this is a community of healthy people like Crepallo and Canyon Ranch and all these institutions, and I'm thinking, why weren't we more aware? And if there was any conspiracy, it was between GE not letting us know all these years how dangerous these were, and our doctors refusing to face it. And the only ones that showed up when people were protesting the dump at Allendale next to the elementary school were the pediatricians. And I have the letter, Timmy has the letter that they sent to the EPA or GE, I don't know, I don't remember, but protesting and saying how dangerous these PCBs were. So meanwhile, I've read the toxicology reports, and it's there for everybody to see, the toxicology profile, and that shows that children are affected much quicker, that it gets into the mother's milk, it gets into the fetus, and the smaller the body, the worse effect it has. And I even read in that if you live near a PCB dump, just live near the dump, which is going to be half a mile from my house as the crow flies. If you just live within a half mile, you should not let your children play in the dirt or in the leaves. You should not garden. And as soon as your children come in, you should make them wash their hands, especially toddlers, because if they've touched the dirt, the PCBs are all over. And that was near a dump. That wasn't saying that you live right along the river. Today, I went to my book club, which was at a house which is right on Palomino Drive, where houses are some of them are being cleaned out. Their yards, they made a deal. Pittsfield somehow had made a deal to have these homes cleaned out next to the river. And the person that I was with, their house, was not going to have any remediation. They had gotten a letter that they weren't having any remediation. And this is a couple that they're both wheelchair bound and have 24-hour care, but she hosted this book club. And I found out that 3 houses down, Mr. Cook, who was at the table and was totally opposed to ever having this cleanup done, was having his whole yard cleaned up and was extolling the wonderful job that had been done by everybody. Okay, so my point is that we have not been aware. I've been in this house forever, and I don't think it's the town selectmen's fault that we haven't been aware. I think we just didn't know. We just were ignorant, and there were people that did know, that could have let us know and could have helped us start protecting our children. And we've got to start now. And I think we have to find out what the concentrations are. If you're along the river, I'm in a home on the river, Tim's in a home on the river, we should know what the PCB concentration is in our yards. I would like to know what the concentration is in my blood. I think people, now that they're aware of how terrible this is, and I think this is a really good thing that all of a sudden we're awake. I mean, there were, how many people? I heard maybe 300, but probably not that many at the meeting last night. People all of a sudden are saying, I never knew that. I never knew that. So this is finally our chance to start as a community working with our selectmen, working with our towns, getting some kind of educational program, but we need the samples of soil, we need the samples of water, we need the blood samples before this process starts so that we know where we should focus on educating the ones that are most in danger, like those mothers that are talking about living in Lennoxdale with children. And it's not just the people that live along the river. We know that they can be airborne, and we know that in some spots they could pile up more than ever. So I wish I had gotten here to speak earlier, because this is really not for you guys, it's for the people that are all gone now, that they really need to realize this is an opportunity. Sometimes big challenges bring opportunity. So hopefully we'll see some people really wanting to work in our communities, because we know, Patty, it's really hard to get people to do jobs. And so hopefully this will wake some of the people up to trying to get grants or whatever, but something has to be done right away. Is there any chance we could get GE or some other federal organization, the toxicology organization that's up there that advises GE or EPA, is there any way we could negotiate this part of it at this point? Is there could we give this input to?
I had written down, someone had spoken about this earlier. I had written down to bring up the whole concept of talking with Mass Department of Public Health. I know that Tim had said earlier that they didn't do much. I think we need to start with our own state first, but I'm very interested in pursuing this. I think it provides an interesting opportunity, almost a test of sampling people before and after.
Right.
So I'm very interested in pursuing this, and I will be talking to the group that's just heard me mention this about doing so.
That'll be great. I'm just thinking it's a chance to
I don't know if I'm going to be, I don't know if we will be successful, but I've always learned in life, if you don't ask for what you want, which you've all been doing,
Actually,
you don't get anything. So I'm going to bring this up and see what we can do to pursue it.
Well, that's very nice. I appreciate that. And I just hope that the people in the community are willing to get involved in this, and I think they will be. I think especially our young people, and we've seen there's a lot of young people that are very concerned. The millennials really are very environmentally conscious and much more aware of this. I do want to make another little statement about the site. I'm wondering if GE study has had a chance. This came about really quick, the site that you're using. It was going to be in Lennoxdale in the lower part of Lane Construction, right down at river level. And then it got moved up to the far end of Lenox Lane Construction to further up the sand bed and into Lee. And the area, I've hiked it. I've been there forever, hiking and riding my horse all over the mountain and everywhere around Woods Pond. And I actually spent about 3 hours hiking there Sunday, and then took a lot of photos and made a big banner, which I should have brought because it's an interesting photo. But I realized later when I looked at the map that I was up still in the sand pits with the big lakes down in there, the standing water, and that the actual site was the tail end of one of the lakes that's in the sand beds that are exposed. But most of the area where you are going to be putting this dump is between the power lines and Woodland Road, and it's wooded. And there are vernal pools in there. As I hiked through, luckily they were frozen. I just was amazed. First of all, I was thinking it was going to be in the sand pits, and I was thinking, oh my God, that's a sand bed that we don't know how far it extends. I talked to the guys in the DCR office across from the campground, and they said, oh yeah, the whole campground is right up to the mountain is sand bed. So we have a sand bed that extends over all of Willow Hill. There's a dump that's right up beyond my pasture where the sand bed comes down, and the sand bed, we don't know how far it extends. It could extend all the way to my house. The point is that the water table is only, you're only going to be putting the liner 15 feet above the water table. But most likely that it's 15 feet of undisturbed material. It's going to be sand. How's that going to work? It just doesn't seem safe to me that you're putting a less permeable liner in over a very permeable sand. It couldn't be more. In fact, I once pulled a kid, helped rescue a neighbor when I was on the ambulance squad, out of a sinkhole that he'd ridden his dirt bike into. So that is just an unbelievable place. I think the liner, the whole thing may just sink down into one of the sinkholes there, or slide down towards my house, which is downhill from this. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get excited. Okay.
Just to answer one of the,
yes.
The location has never moved. It's been in the documents for the past, 10 years or more, that same location.
Not the upland.
It's not really, there's really, if anything, it's maybe 10% or 5% wooded. Most of it has been, the gravel pit has been, it's been a gravel pit at some point.
Well, I walked the whole area.
Well, I have too, but the best way to see, and I'm not advocating that you go onto Lane property at all, but the best way to see it.
No, I go in there and trespass all the time.
Woodland Road, when you're coming down Woodland Road, there's a real sharp turn in the road.
Right.
If you walk up over the hill right there, you can see, you're pretty much in the center of where it is right there. You were down a lot further.
Oh, yeah. I was way down in the sand, in the sandy area. And then I walked to the end where the last pond was, and then worked my way out. And I was actually at that point at the beginning of the site. I was at the furthest northern point.
Correct.
And it was all woods all the way down to Karen Schaefer's house, who lives right at the end of the dump. And that's only within how many feet of her house?
Probably 800 feet maybe.
There's houses there, and I'm there. So, Patty, it seems that Lennox worked out, Patty, it seems like Lennox worked out something with their people that live along the river?
I spoke to Karen earlier, and the Board of Selectmen are committed to opening up suggestions as to what to do with our monies and how they should be used.
No, they should not be used for reimbursing people that are remediating our soil. That should be a part of the contract, just like it is in Pittsfield for homes that are on the water that
Okay.
need to be
That's
remediated.
not going to happen, Claire.
Why not in Lee when it's happening in Lennox and Pittsfield?
I think, Claire, what you're referring to is what I said earlier about the fact that Lennox is going to share the cost with GE.
Yes.
Of cleaning up 6 properties along Roaring Brook Road if those property owners wish it. They had no representation
No, I
in the
didn't
deal
either.
the way that Pittsfield Homes did. Those Pittsfield Homes were able to negotiate for a higher cleanup standard. So, but these are
I wasn't
Claire,
even-
Claire, let me finish, please. These are homes that were going to be remediated under the permit, the existing permit, and they were going to be remediated to what's called a recreational standard, and we are offering them the opportunity, should they choose it, of being cleaned up to the residential standard. But these were homes that were already going to be cleaned up. There aren't any other homes in the permit that are going to be cleaned up south of those houses at Roaring Brook Road.
So let me just be clear that if there are residential properties in the floodplain of the river that are impacted by the river, they're going to get cleaned up.
Okay.
Okay, by the existing process. There were properties where they had owned large tracts of land where their house, for example, in Pittsfield, their house might be up on
They're on Palomino
Drive or whatever, right?
Right, and they go right down to
and
the
some
water.
of those are in the floodplain, some of them aren't. The ones that aren't in the floodplain aren't contaminated, like maybe the person that you went to.
Oh, no, her house goes right down to
Well,
the
if
water.
there's contamination on it, it's going to get cleaned up.
No.
We've done sampling, and we're going to do, as
Yeah.
I said, 20,000 more samples. So,
Right.
but there were properties where we were considering their yard and within, a fair distance from their house to be residential. And then as you got down near the river, we were using recreational standards. And that's the only difference in this agreement, is that those properties would be cleaned up to residential standards as well. But if the property's small and it's sitting in the floodplain next to the river, it's all going to be residential, and it'll get cleaned up to residential standards. So there's going to be sampling. If you're in the floodplain, you either already were sampled or you're going to get sampled, and then we'll clean it up. GE will clean it up at with our oversight. So I just want to make clear that the existing permit already cleans up residential properties that are contaminated by GE. It's just that some of these properties were really big, and the recreational part of them had different standards.
So the houses in the rest of the river that are up on Palomino Drive, because they are part of the rest of the river, correct?
Yeah.
They were already, no, they couldn't have been already or they were in the existing permit before it was challenged for this mediation that we're going through.
Right. And
Were there any homes that were added during the mediation that were not in the original permit?
No. The portions that were near the river that were considered recreational, which it's really a recreational exposure, there was an agreement to clean those to residential, so those people wouldn't have to have a recreational component to their property, like an easement.
All right.
Claire, I beg you, the 3-minute rule has gone by the wayside.
I understand.
But you've had the mic for 20 minutes. Could you please come to a conclusion with your remarks?
My husband couldn't be here tonight. He's just too upset, and so he feels this is the most important thing, that he have some sort of treatment for our house. So I'm just hoping that that's really going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Holstein. I live in Sheffield on a tributary to the Housatonic River. I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for the work that you're doing, and I want to applaud you. I think you're almost there. I want to thank the police for showing restraint when the judge asked to call that man out, you know, because I think passions are running real high. There's a lot of people who really don't want this to happen. Really, really, really. And I know you guys, you work for the government, right? You're the town, you know, you're the government. So listen, just listen. So you guys are about the rule of law, and that's good. And you noticed how there were 4 policemen here. I think maybe you're a little worried about what these people might do. You know, they're upset. They're really upset. So you've also withdrawn their ability to vote on this. Clearly, the vote would be no, right? So, but I have some good news for you. You especially, right here. And also, I want to thank this gentleman up here who spoke so eloquently and did all this homework and cared for all these years. It's beautiful. That man right there, thank you. Tim Gray, thank you. So I have just 2 questions. I want to keep it short. I just wonder, you know this is going to blow up. It's going to blow up. There's going to be no dump signs everywhere in Berkshire County. You know it. You've seen it. What's happening in the world right now? People are marching all over this world against governments and corporations. It's happening. It's the zeitgeist. That's what's going on. This is not going to happen. To all those people who in here said, oh, well, I guess we're going to have to get used to this dump. It's going to happen. No. And don't talk like that. That's not how it is. You say, this dump is not going to happen because you don't want it. None of you in Lee, you don't want it. I don't want it in Great Barrington. I love that river. It's so sad. I want to ask you guys, if you've thought about civil disobedience, have you put it in your budget lines? Because you're going to get it. People are going to lay down in front of those trucks. You're not going to get a dump. It's not going to happen. So that's the good news. So here's another thought. And my friend Krisha said this to me. She said, okay, so it's $70 million. All right? $70 million. That's a finite sum. 50 million, that's a finite sum. There's a lot of rich people around here. I don't know if you noticed. There's a lot of rich people. We don't have to have a dump. You don't have to have a dump. All these people who came here in tears, freaking out, their children, we don't have to do it. It's beautiful what you know, these people are doing, the people that you're riding the shoulders of, who've kept this ball going all these years. That's great, and you're almost there. This dump is not going to happen. Just want to say that.
Hi, Maureen Quigley, Berkshire County. Brian, I have a question for you. So let's just...
Could you talk into the mic?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Barely? Okay, can you hear me, Brian? So let's just say that GE wasn't oppositional to properly cleaning up the river. What would be the proposed solution that the EPA would want to see?
Can you repeat that? I didn't quite get, I could hear it, but I didn't understand the question. If they decided not to clean it up?
No, if GE said, okay, we'll do whatever the EPA wants us to do to clean up the river.
That would be great.
Okay, but so I always look at what the solutions are. So what is it that you would want to see truly happen? Say they said, we'll do whatever you want. What would that be?
Well, our original permit, I think had a little more capping in it than we would want. So in this agreement, we got rid of 100 acres of the capping, which was basically, leaving contamination in place, basically consolidating it in place in the river itself. So we got rid of 100 acres of that, which was good. And we asked for, out-of-state disposal. That was what we wanted. Again, there's mixed feelings in that because that's going to someone else's neighborhood too, and there's, there are 100,000 or 150,000 trucks going across the country emitting CO2 emissions that are creating problems as well. So those are things that we as EPA have to pay attention to, and all of us as environmentalists, I think, are paying attention to as well. So it's not just about, it's about the environmental issues. Those things, trucks have a lot of emissions driving all the way across the country. So we have to think about all those things in our decisions, and that, and again, I know people don't agree with this particular decision, but we tried to say, all right, we're getting the worst stuff out of the county, out of the state, and we're putting this lower level contamination. I know people don't agree that there's any safe level, but we do actually use risk when we're making our cleanup decisions, whether people agree with it or not. That's what we use. We use concentration levels as risk indicators. And so that's the decision we made. I mean, we'd always want to have the Cadillac remedy. We would want everything out of the river. We would want everything incinerated, destroyed, and have a perfect system to collect the gases so that people don't get exposed to that, because that is really concentrating the gases, right? We've tried to do incineration in other communities, and we've gotten completely shot down with that because of that actual issue. People are worried about air contamination, concentrated air contamination, so it's just, it's difficult. It's very complex, it's hard. And we tried to do the best we could. Obviously, people don't agree with where we're at now, and we'll listen to people when we issue our draft permit. So that's about all I can say on it.
Okay, so originally you had wanted it out of state, and there's the obvious to that, but also, is there more to you wanting it out of state?
We wanted it out of state because it wasn't because of a risk issue. It was because of a community acceptance issue.
Okay.
And the Environmental Appeals Board didn't agree with that. Didn't think that was worth $200 and whatever million. That was basically what we heard back. You didn't give us enough information to say why this was, why just because the community, and there were other issues too. There were the state law issues and things like that we were dealing with. But so we made all those arguments, and the argument we got back was, well, you didn't prove your case, basically.
Do you feel that was true?
Partially, yeah. But we had to weigh the option of going forward, and we still have that option of going forward with the legal case and losing. And then all the material stays here. There's no better cleanup that beyond the 2016 permit. There's 100 more acres of capping in the river. There's no compensation. There's no compensation to the towns. None of that would happen, and that's fine. But we could lose, and that's what we had to weigh. So we felt like, well, if we keep the low-level waste here, it may be a better solution. Obviously, some people disagree with that. And again, it's not our decision, it's a judicial decision, ultimately. A judge would make that decision, ultimately. It's not GE's decision, it's not EPA's.
So historically, has this happened in the past, why there's the fear factor that you would potentially lose and the outcome would be worse?
I mean, I guess we have lost in the past, not very often, but it certainly didn't help to have this decision at the EAB. You know, that certainly, we won on every other aspect of the cleanup, by the way. I mean, this is a massive cleanup, even without the disposal issue. This is a big cleanup. So we won on all the other aspects of it, but obviously this is a key issue, you know. So we don't usually lose, and we didn't completely lose, but it certainly gave GE some leverage, that's for sure.
So is this basically a done deal? I mean, they've got.
No,
I'm just asking Brian.
No,
from
it's
Brian's
not.
point.
It's not. I mean, we need to go out with the draft permit. We need to get comment, and again, we still ultimately at EPA we still have to weigh all these issues. And again, it goes beyond the cleanup. It's the truck, the emissions of the trucks. This is going to someone else's community that EPA also regulates. Right? This is going to Detroit or going to somewhere in Texas where there are other kids living in these neighborhoods.
Right.
And yeah, they'll put it in a safe landfill there. We can put it in a safe landfill here. You know, so we have to weigh all that, but we want to hear people's opinions. One of the things during the discussions, and I won't get into who raised these issues, if people are here that raised them, feel free. But it's like if we're going to have something here, we want it to be temporary. We don't want a permanent landfill. And so we tried to pursue that avenue. Like, how do we do that? And the way we came out of that, not as good as people think here, but we came up with, all right, we'll work on the innovative technology. If we can come up with something, then we'll put the community the pressure on to use it, right? It's not automatically going to be used, but if we come up with an idea and we have all the people that we had in the room last night and here tonight fighting to get it implemented, we'll get it implemented in the future. So that was the compromise, or that was what EPA was able to get out of this. And, you know, so we didn't get it to be temporary, you know, but okay. That's where that was headed. That's where, that was the compromise to that issue. And again, people don't think we went far enough, and we want to hear about that when we issue the permit, too.
Okay.
When we issue the draft permit.
So there was a gentleman tonight who had mentioned that there are ways to get rid of PCBs. And I didn't hear any comment back from you. Was that scientific information that the EPA is aware of, or they're not aware of, or?
We're aware of all that information. We've used all those technologies. All the things that were quoted were mostly EPA things, or they're things in other countries where we have people actually going to Vietnam and being the project manager for those projects. The one in Vietnam, they basically took all the material out of they dug it up from all around, laid it on this big field, 3 feet thick or 4 feet thick, put a cover over it, heated it up, and it wasn't PCBs. Heated it up, collected the gases. We're worried about soil and water going through these liners. They need to collect the gas so this concentrated gas doesn't get out into the community, right? And then try and treat that gas coming out of it. It's not easy. None of these things are foolproof,
So what I hear you saying is the EPA is aware of these other options, but the option
Yeah, no, there are other options, definitely.
But the option.
Yeah, and then you have to dispose of the soil after you're done, right? It'll still have PCBs or whatever the other chemicals in it. It'll be at much lower levels, but you still have to dispose of it. It kills the soil.
But my question,
it won't be able to be used for anything.
Yeah, my question to you is the option that you've chosen, that is the best option according to the EPA.
That is the best option that we think would fly in the court right now. Because let's say we incinerated this stuff, if people for whatever reason decided incineration is a good idea in Lennoxdale or in Pittsfield or whatever, and again, we've had people not be happy with that at other sites because of the emissions or thermal desorption or whatever, those costs were much, much higher than offsite disposal. So if we went to a court with that, it would, they would be like, well, this costs $400 million more dollars. You expect us to,
I think that the long-term effects, $400 million versus people being sick and the impact that that has, really is a moot
So if
point.
I thought people were being sick, or going to be sick from this, we wouldn't be doing it.
Brian,
hopefully
come on.
you made this, what?
I mean, this is common sense.
No, it's not common sense. We are scientists and engineers. If we thought people might even be sick from this, we wouldn't be doing it. We have yeah. We're not health practitioners. We have health practitioners working with us.
So I think the most important thing is not to,
So again, I haven't been, we haven't gone out and we don't want to argue about the
No, I'm not
merits of
arguing.
it,
It's
but
just
I'm
the
telling
Q&A.
you, if I thought there was any chance of anyone getting sick, I'm more concerned, 100 times more concerned with what's out there right now in the river and in the floodplain than I am with putting it in a safe landfill. Okay, if I have kids.
No,
Again,
that's
I told
no.
you I grew
but
up in a
that's
neighborhood
not my question.
where within a half a mile of my house, 8 kids in my same age got leukemia.
No, I
They were
recall
all,
you saying
saw
that.
a civil action. They were in the hospital in Boston, and the parents start seeing each other there.
Right.
I get it. I
But
don't.
what-
I
but
take
what
that
I hear
very,
you-
very seriously. This is my livelihood. I take it seriously. So it's objectionable to me to even say that I would even think that there's some risk here. I don't. I think having trucks go by someone's house every day and creating potential safety hazards and everything, that to me is a bigger problem. The landfill itself, as an engineer and a scientist, I think will be fine. I know people disagree with us on that, but we have lots of people that feel like this is fine. And we don't think, if we thought for a second it would affect a child or an adult living near this thing, we wouldn't do it.
But what I hear you saying is the option that you have chosen is the one you feel will win best in court.
The one that can get through, yeah.
But that's not necessarily the best option for the community.
The best option for this community or best option for the environmental community of the country?
For
I
the,
mean, again,
for the
you have-
overall good of the world.
You have this same thing is going to go on in Detroit, Michigan, that we're talking about now. It's not going to be any different.
Okay. So,
In fact, this will probably be built better than that one.
okay. So if I heard you correctly, if it gets into the water system, carbon filtration is the best way to stop PCBs from getting into the water system. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So in the proposed project, is there any carbon filtration system that's incorporated at the bottom of it to prevent anything getting into the groundwater? If there were to be a leak, even though you have a detection system, the leak has already occurred, and
Well,
it's
the leak-
already in the groundwater. So my question to you is carbon filtration a part of that system in place?
It normally isn't, no. But that's why you have the 2 liners. So you're collecting the water, leachate is water in this case, contaminated with PCBs at low levels. You're collecting it above the first liner, okay, and then it's going to a tank, and so that's good. That's what's supposed to happen. If you detect it in between the 2 liners, there's something wrong with the first liner. So that's an indication that there's a problem, but it's not a problem that's gotten through the second liner yet. So that's why you have 2 liners. And you have to fix it. If it happens, it has to be fixed. I mean, it could involve digging up major parts of the landfill to fix it.
But carbon filters sound like a very safe way of preventing it from ever getting into the groundwater. I know I'm not saying it's an absolute,
I'm not sure
but I'm
I've
just
ever
saying.
seen it in a landfill design. And again, I said this earlier, this level of PCBs, we normally wouldn't even have a liner at all. And this low. What's that? I said it doesn't mean it's healthy. Well, yeah, we can, but that's what the federal TSCA regulations would require at 25 parts per million, wouldn't require a line or wouldn't require a cap for that matter.
Public health officials say that 25 parts per million will hurt you. Talk to a scientist that knows about PCB.
Who's talking? Who's talking?
Where's it coming from?
Who's talking?
Can't hear anybody, so we don't know who's talking.
Tim was talking.
So that was my next comment. Tim Gray had made several different statements at which there was no response. And I just wanted to find out what that's about. It just seems like that there's a lack of transparency from the knowledge that he has accumulated over the years to what's actually being answered truthfully on your end.
Specifically what? I think I've tried to answer every single question, but I've probably bit my tongue a couple times.
Well, there were so many of them, I don't know.
Yeah, well, what specifically did I not answer?
I think you answered all the questions, but again, what I'm going to say here is we've been working with you, Brian, for 20 years, and you guys have messed it up a number of times through the years.
What did we mess up?
Well, you told us PCBs don't go in the river to the neighborhood next door, and then we found out it's all contaminated. Then we found out there's houses out there that you told us, you know, the DEP tested one house, you come in, and you got moon suits on up there in Pittsfield, and you're walking around 7 other homes, and you're telling us at the public meeting, I can remember it exactly, you said, we are scientists. There's no way that the PCBs can be in those 7 houses. And you know what happened. Every single house was...
I don't even know what you're talking about, Tim. I don't remember. I have never said there's no way there's going to be something, and that we were continuously sampling homes in Pittsfield. I can say GE may have said that, not me. But we continuously stepped out. We had information that stuff was dumped in people's yards. And we continuously stepped out until we found no PCBs. And Dean was working on it as well.
Brian, next door to my president's house is what's known as the Lyman Street, the Newell Street parking lot.
Right. I talked to Charlie about that last night, yeah.
And, you know, this is one of your biggest months, where you told us it doesn't go through the river, and then we found out it did, and that there were plumes on the other side of the river that were just disgusting.
How did we find out it did, Tim? Through our investigations.
Yeah, because we made you do it.
You can't make me do anything.
You weren't doing it, and then you went and did it when we asked, when there were 300 people or 400 people at the meeting to make you do it.
No, it's just not true.
The barrels at the Pittsfield landfill, you told us they weren't there. No way we're going to dig that up. We're going to look at that. And then the bulldozer, they went and capped the landfill.
The Pittsfield landfill was not EPA's job. We never said there was anything about it. I don't know. EPA did not work on the Pittsfield landfill at all. Yeah, well, thanks. I've taken ownership with everything we've done, Tim, here, and, you know, and we've listened to you, and we've, you know, we don't always agree. We've tried our hardest. I think we've done a good job here. Dean's been here for a really long time. We try to tell the truth. Hopefully everyone understands here that I'm at least being as open as I can. I know you don't agree with me on everything, but we're as open as we possibly can. And, you know, I don't know.
Okay, the last thing I just want to say is, and I understand you don't want it lower to groundwater, but you're saying upland, so whatever goes up must come down. So it doesn't seem like the most optimal way to do it. I mean, eventually it's going to go down and back into the river. It's only 1,000 feet.
Well, that if there is leachate coming out of the landfill, that's what the collection systems are for, right? Every single landfill in New England is upgrading of a river. I can tell you that. There's no landfill in New England that isn't next to a river.
Okay.
They all are.
Okay.
You know, it's just unfortunately that's where New England, where the rivers are everywhere, and the industry was next to the rivers. You know, so that's what we're dealing with. But this, you know, that's why if there is leachate, that's why we decided to, instead of not have a liner, put in a double liner. Put it in the town's push for this as well. Put in a double liner. Put the extra cap on top. And so again, I get that you don't think it's perfect, and
No, I never said that. It's just
yeah,
a
well, it's not
Q&A and
perfect.
informational.
Nothing is perfect.
Right,
That's for
right.
sure.
Yeah, I get
and
that.
it's certainly not in anyone's neighborhood. That's not perfect either.
Right.
Do you have anything else that you want to ask?
I just wanted to comment on the fact that the different select boards say that they didn't agree with the settlement. However, if you were up there tonight and you said you did not agree with it and your signature was on it, that doesn't seem to make any sense. Okay. So the last question is, at this point, it's all under the EPA. So basically,
Yes.
we all go through Brian for this.
Yes, you go through the EPA permitting process and the extensive amount of opportunity that you have to have your voice heard in that process. But the select board votes were unanimous.
Right, so the town signed off on it, so they agreed to it without public input, correct? Okay.
Don't go to me for that.
Hi, my name is Gary Pratt. I'm from Stockbridge currently. I will be moving to Sheffield pretty soon. Yeah, sorry about that. I spent the last 10 years in Pittsfield. The past year I've been in Stockbridge. I'll be moving to Sheffield soon. I'm basically a lifelong Berkshire County resident. I'm old enough to remember that PCBs were not volatile. They didn't volatilize and they never went into the air. I remember hearing that. And then all of a sudden that changed. I was reading the EPA's website about the rest of the river cleanup. I heard a lot of numbers about parts per million earlier on in the meeting. What I found is, according to the EPA website, the average parts per million in the Housatonic River is about 112 parts per million. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I think it's lower than that. But
okay. Well, that's from your website.
It may have been in the previous stretches.
And then
I don't know.
And then
because
right
just to be clear, we cleaned up the first 2 miles.
Okay. So this is
so that
direct-
was by far the worst contamination.
So this is from the rest of the river website. What I'm concerned about is it mentions that the PCB concentrations are as high as 668 parts per million, and that's in the sediment in the river, and as high as 874 parts per million in the floodplain, which to me, that means that the floodplain's more contaminated, correct?
That one spot, yeah.
In that one spot. So
I think generally it is too.
So that's
in
the other
certain
that's the other
locations.
question I have. Like, there's these numbers on here on this website. Where are those? Where are those concentrations that are mentioned on your website?
Dean, the floodplain concentration is somewhere up here. He knows the data better than me.
Thanks.
I certainly don't know those 2 individual spots. There are maps that show each data point, and it's very hard to see, so I wouldn't, I would have to look at that and look for those. But I think in general, to one of your questions, the floodplain is generally more higher. I mean, obviously, the farther out you get, the less contaminated it is, but since there's no mixing in the floodplain, it settles out. The floodplain closer to the river, I would say, would be higher on average than the sediment.
Yeah. So that leads into my next question. So you said there's going to be 20,000 more samples taken before this whole thing starts, right?
Yes.
Will those be made public?
Yes.
Where will they be located? Where can we find that information?
The reports will end up on our website. We will, I don't know how we're going to do other repository. We have lots of repositories, but our website is probably the best place to find information. There's also these Citizens Coordinating Council meetings. Often we'll go over any new data that comes up, especially if there's something that was unexpected or something, really high or certain areas that are higher. And the sampling won't all occur at once, so we'll start from the top and move our way down likely. So, you know, there's not going to be all of a sudden 20,000 samples done. There's going to be, you know, let's say hundreds up in the Pittsfield area, and there'll be a report on that.
Yeah. So you made the analogy about the coffee cup, right? That's the parts per million in a, what did you say? And what was the coffee cup inside of, what was it, a swimming pool or something like
Dump
that?
truck.
A dump truck, okay.
Like a 15-ton dump
All right,
truck.
so that's 1 part per million in a dump truck?
It's that's 20.
Oh, that's 20, okay. That's cool.
0.6 pounds.
All right, so.
In a 15-ton truck.
So I'm curious as to if that 874 on the floodplain on the website, say that is an entire dump truck, that is 874 parts per million for that entire dump truck.
Yep.
Then let's say we find that in Rising Pond, and it's going to go to the landfill so it can get cleaned up, and the highest part's going to get shipped out. I get that. The lower part's going to go to the landfill. I understand that part. What I want to understand, though, is in the 10 miles between Rising Pond and Lee, when you transport this stuff, what's it going to look like? Is it going to be in a covered dump truck? Is it going to be in a container that's closed? And like on that 10-mile journey, say it comes from a floodplain, that it's 874 parts per million, that's going to be just dirt. And that's going to create dust. And when you're traveling, that is going to migrate. What are the chances that that 20 parts per million will sprinkle all across our county on the way to the dump?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about that last night at the meeting. There are, you know, the protocols to cover these trucks and keep the dirt moist to make sure that kind of stuff doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But it's a valid concern, and we have that at every site we work on where we have to truck material around, so we're pretty familiar with different techniques that can be used and everything. So that is, you know, again, that 800 parts per million would be, you know, I can't even do the math now, but it would be more coffee cups.
Yeah, I mean, so my other question too is primarily about the floodplain. The floodplain of the Housatonic River is pretty vast, and like I'm sure you'll find concentrations that are way above 25 parts per million in all sorts of different places.
Yep.
And like 20,000 samples, while it seems like a lot, really isn't all that much. It's really not. Because like, as you know, like this stuff leaches through the soil, and you might get 874 parts per million right here, and you clean up a section that's this big, and then right over there, it's just as concentrated. So like, where do you stop? Where do you start? Where do you begin surveying, right? Like I see there was some parts about like the old oxbows in the vernal pools, that kind of stuff. But like, I'm genuinely concerned, for lack of a better term, that this is going to be half-assed, and that we're going to be left with a whole bunch of contamination that's just going to continue to migrate anyway. And it's like, you know, I've heard it said before here that we're just kicking this down the can, or kicking the can down the road. Like, we're going to be recontaminating this county over and over and over again until, you know, there's not going to be an end to this. There's not, and I'm extremely concerned about it. And like don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful that we're finally making some kind of progress with this. It's not the right kind of progress, obviously, by the reaction of all the people that have come here and that were at the meeting yesterday. But we can do better than this. You know, the discussion about the price and why we're not sending it out of the state and like completely cleaning this up it's ludicrous to me. I turned in a question. This isn't for you anymore, Brian, but I turned into a question on paper, and it was basically like, you know, how much tax did GE pay last year? Does anybody know that? It was $0. So what they saved on their taxes, I'm pretty sure they could cover not having a dump here. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? You're going to have to speak to Scott tonight.
Yeah, you can use this one.
I'm Karen Schaefer, and I'm the one who Yeah, I'm going to ask you. Yeah, you don't want to be in fire and rain. Well, okay, you know, at your own risk. You might as well. Again, I'm Karen Schaefer, and I'm the one who owns the property that next to where they want to put the dump in. I don't quite understand this. Dewatering? Dewatering. What? How do you do that? Is it coming to me and you're going to dewater it there while it's out in the open? Are you dewatering it while it's still in the river? I don't even know what dewatering means, but I want to know if it's. I guess I don't even know what I'm asking, but maybe you do.
So it's done in all different ways at different projects. There's more water when we're pumping it. Obviously, you're going to have more water than if you're just excavating it, putting it in trucks and bringing it up there. So there will be a dewatering. It's basically, you know, you can't just create sort of a swimming pool type construction on the property, put the dirt there, and let the water drip out of it. That's one way to dewater. And let the gravity flow down to a low area. Take the water, put it through a treatment system. The PCBs would come out in that treatment system. That carbon, which after a few weeks or so would get filled up with PCBs, and then you take a small amount out, and then the water gets probably put back in the river once it's clean. You can also put it in these, at some sites they put it in these huge bladders, and it kind of squeezes the water out of it. The water slowly seeps out of it, and then you basically take the dirt out of the bladders and put it in the disposal location. And again, you collect the water, treat it. So those are a couple of different ways that I've seen it done.
Is this going to be done at the river site when you're doing it, or is it going to be done when you get it up to next to me?
Well, it depends on where we're working in the river. Like, you know, Mass Audubon's property will likely have a staging area there. There'll probably be dewatering done there directly, and then that would be drier soils and sediments that would come up to the landfill if that was the level of material that was going there or off-site. But some of it will be done at the landfill itself, definitely.
When you talk about trucking it, sit in the mic, please. When you talk about trucking it, are you talking about like a dump truck that's going to back up to the site and just dump it into the landfill hole?
Those are details I'm not really sure exactly how it would happen, but it would be probably more sophisticated than that. Let's put it that way. There would be some, you know, methodology to get it all in the exact right place they want to put it. It will be compacted, but it's all going to be relatively uniform material. You know, it's dirt. You know, that's mostly what it's going to be once the water comes out.
Okay, you are very passionate and believe that this is safe, and I don't. But I like the fact that you're very confident about what you're doing, okay? But when this comes to, not my property, but next to it, and it comes from the truck and goes into the hole, okay, these people here are worried about because it's going to be traveling on the roads. And I get it. Things are airborne. I get that. But when it comes to my place and you dump it, you're taking off that covering off of that truck. So it's really going to be airborne.
Right. If it's windy and it's dusty, yeah, you have to keep that stuff wet. You know, you really do. And
Okay.
That's important.
So I'm in more danger than going down the road in a covered truck. Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot more chance of something happening. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot more chance of some airborne material getting out there than along the roads, that's for sure. And so that more precautions have to be taken there. Some sites were even, you know, there's even, we have to worry about dust here, really. Volatilization in a short-term thing like this is not what we'd be worried about as much. So it's the dust. And on some sites, it actually is volatilization, like where there's volatile organic compounds, like tetrachloroethylene or something is in the soil. You can't just like be managing that. I mean, you could smell it. It's, you would know that it was coming off. But sometimes we'll even, if we're doing a huge amount of work in one place, there'll even be a large tent set up to bring the material in. And that way, if it does rain or something, you can make sure there's not rainwater getting in, then you have to dewater it again. So there are ways to do that that can also help with the dust situation.
Is actually going in like under a tent?
Like a temporary, yeah, like a plastic, like some of these athletic facilities they build now with soccer inside them or whatever, so something like that. We've done that at different places, and certainly that's the kind of stuff that if something is going to be done, if we get through this process, and I know people don't want it done, but if it were to happen, those are the kind of things that we could do to certainly improve the safety. And we want state-of-the-art safety, whatever we do. So think about those things too. I certainly, as we talk about this stuff, all this stuff comes up. These are all things that are going to come in plans. And in the first plan, we're not going to get the optimal approach from GE, because they're not thinking about all the same things we're thinking about and you're thinking about. So we can definitely improve them as we work together.
Okay, and you're talking about years down the road that there may be something that would actually eliminate the PCBs. Okay, I'm all for cleaning up the river. I get that. But I'm not comfortable with taking it from the pollution from here and putting it over here. Now you have two places that are polluted. Okay, and you're talking about years down the road of actually, it sounds like actually going into the capped dump and taking those PCBs out to totally destroy them. So you're going to open this up again. So it's going to be airborne or whatever. And I don't understand it, but I'm just asking, this is a plan. I know it's a long-term plan. It might not happen for 10 years, but at some point, your long-term plan is to open this up again to get these PCBs out of this site now and destroy them?
I think as we do research, and we're doing this works with other chemicals, certain things that we might try here. The ideal situation, and at least in my view, I don't know if the people that work with me agree, would be to be able to inject something into that landfill and have it render the PCBs less hazardous. Right, have it break down. Like we do that at sites where there's dirt contamination, down to the groundwater, and we inject materials that make the bugs start, multiplying, and they start eating the contaminants, and it breaks it into different compounds. That's not easy to do for PCBs, especially these kind of PCBs, because they're highly chlorinated. But that's something that would be the ideal, if rather than having to either heat it up. I don't necessarily love the idea of heating it either, because that's concentrating the PCBs. As long as you can capture it and deal with it, that's great. But if you don't, it's that can be a problem too. So
on the liner, you're.
This is good television.
Hi. On the liner, you're almost overconfident that it's not going to leak, and I appreciate that. But you're taking this stuff out of the river. There are going to be sticks in there. There's going to be sharp stones in there. How can you be so sure that when you dump it into this liner, you're not going to get a stick that's going to poke through, or you're not going to get a stone that's going to rip it? You can't be sure. And if the top liner leaks and goes into the second liner, and I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but it's the same material. Both liners are made out of the same material. And again, I don't mean to be sarcastic, but if the top liner can break, what's to stop the bottom liner from breaking? And then you have to go in and open this all up again and literally start from scratch to get, to remove. Do you have to take out all the PCBs and put them in a truck again and have them sitting next to my property while you put in a new liner? I understand that you're confident it's not going to break, and I get that, and I appreciate the fact that you're going the extra mile to make sure that this stuff is strong enough. But it's not damage-proof, it's not foolproof plan, and if this happens, again, what happens if one liner leaks? You're going to have to fix it, so you're going to open it up again, and again, I'm going to have this, I don't know, people are saying it's airborne, other people are saying it's not, I don't know. But do I want to take the chance that it is and have you open it up again?
I think that gives GE and us good incentive to do it right the first time, you know. That's certainly a good, I mean, that is money if something has to be fixed, you know, so you don't want to have that happen. But there are precautions taken, like, for example, they may put some other material at the very bottom or on top of the cap before they place materials there to make sure that there's nothing sharp going. Just like at the very bottom liner, they'll put a layer, in this case there's a lot of sand there anyway, but they'll put a layer of sand without stone in it in between to make sure that it doesn't come up through the bottom liner either. On top, you would probably put some, you know, 3 inches, 4 inches of material that's not going to have stones or sticks or whatever in it that didn't come from the river necessarily, you know. So all that stuff is thought about through the process.
Okay, but maybe taking it too far, but you put the liner in and you put your sand on, you put your other liner in, you put some more sand on. You're not filling that second liner with sand. You're still going to be dumping stuff. It's okay, so it might not rip the bottom, but it could rip the sides.
And the fact is, plastic is not foolproof. It will deteriorate and it will break down.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's true, but it will take a really long time. Yeah, no, that's true. It will, but it again, we would normally not even put a liner in the first place with these kinds of levels of PCBs. So the liner is good. It's great. It's more protective. It's going to last many, many tens or if not 100 years or more. And so I just, you had mentioned leaching out of the sediment. The PCBs don't really leach out. You know, if they leached out, all this stuff would be in Connecticut by now. You know what I mean? If we were able to, if the water caused the PCBs to come out of the soil, it would be in Connecticut by now. Everything. It would be in Long Island Sound. You know, fortunately and unfortunately, that's not what's happening. It's staying in place. You know, that's good and it's bad. It's good for Connecticut, I guess.
Can we wrap this up tonight?
Yep.
Is there anybody else? Okay.
I was just getting going.
This public information session is closed. Thank you all.